All right, and then that'll go live over here. What's up, Incredible Mike? Yeah, thank you for the sub, Madam. I appreciate it very much. I spent yesterday, I meant to spend yesterday doing wiring. I meant to do the wiring. I was going to do all that wiring, all that boring wiring on my own so that you guys wouldn't be subject to slightly less entertaining things. But it needs to get done, and it didn't get done. And it didn't get done because I moved the brewing table, and the brewing table was host to just a whole area code worth of dust and dead spiders and all kinds of stuff. But now the sim setup has a home, and I don't have that sort of useless brewing table over there, which just kind of took up space. Though the brewing table is now behind that wall over there, so it does still exist. Just got back into my house after flooring was replaced. Nice. So don't drop a vise on your floor, because I did, and I put a big old dent in the cheapo vinyl flooring that we have. You'd probably fix it, but I think you'd have to take off. You have to do a lot of stuff to fix it. But yeah, that was like somewhere right beneath me. I dropped a vise and it made a big old dent. This thing is auto something or other. So let's do arm procedure. That'll get us back into something, I think. That didn't look like anything happened. Yeah, okay, it's set. It's just doing its own exposure settings, just because I go from putting it on the desk with all the lights to doing views like this, where everything is sort of darker and it needs to do different adjustments. I don't know what the burn the subs cam is going to see if I flip to it. Oh, the horrors of recycling day. And my fat butt on a stool. You guys don't need to see that. 3 days in a hotel with 2 people and 2 cats. Oh no. So the cats can appreciate their situation a little bit more after being in a tiny little hotel room. I've heard studies where they say that like even pets need a little bit of time like away from their owners, like personal time to just kind of like chill out. And so during the pandemic, there were a lot of pretty stressed out pets going, why haven't you left for work? Like at all. They're happy to be home. Yeah, I would imagine. Man, oh man, oh man. We got to get this wiring done. It's not going to be fun. It will be what it is. I got the kit of DuPont connectors. So now we have the appropriate, I don't have to glue connectors together to do this. Let me get the connectors here. They're below all the prescriptions that I also picked up. I'm going to be on more blood pressure medicine. Yay. You know, you drive into Philadelphia to go to the doctors. You go to the giant industrial medical complex that they have there, and everything's crazy and everybody's yelling at you and you don't know where the turn is because they changed the direction of the valet parking. They made it go left to right instead of right to left, so I had to suddenly turn in. Someone yelled at me out of their car window, and then you go up and you get checked in and all that stuff, sit around this overly hot waiting room, getting baked alive by both the sun and the HVAC system. And they finally call you back and they do vitals and they go, man, your blood pressure's crazy. And I'm like, it normally runs a little high, but it should be like normal. They're like, no, we're supposed to like call like an emergency team here. It's so high. I'm like, what? So they measured it again later, giving me time to chill out, and it was lower. But then they're apparently, yeah, don't yell at me. I'm here for blood pressure medication. Yeah, so they keep throwing these more powerful blood pressure medicines at me, and I don't like it. I don't like it. No, sir. It's like and one of the things is the old machine that they would measure blood pressure with. It was an automated machine, and this is when I used to go to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, which is right near where my endocrinologist is now. But the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia had this wonderful machine. I say wonderful, but I say it through my teeth. This wonderful machine that will automatically measure your blood pressure. And this is in like the 90s, the late 90s. And so they put the cuff on you, and this thing starts to squeeze the ever-loving piss out of your arm, right? It'll actually start to hurt. It squeezes so hard, and you try to sit there as still as possible, and then you twitch your finger and it starts squeezing again because it lets off very slowly. And then if you moved, it would squeeze your arm to death again. Well, nowadays they have the same type of auto blood pressure measuring machine, but they're much more capable. They're better at their jobs. They're, you know, less painful and all that stuff, but it's still harkens back to the memory, and I think that stresses me out. I think that raises my blood pressure specifically for when I'm getting my blood pressure monitored. And there's apparently there is a medical condition for this, but I think they're probably thinking of the cuffs that you inflate normally, and it's like not really a stressful thing. Yeah, white coat syndrome. It's not, I'm not stressed out because of doctors. I'm not stressed out because of specifically the blood pressure being taken, but the machine pumping my arm to death, squeezing my arm to its last, might raise my blood pressure a little bit. Let's be honest. I don't think my heart rate changes from it, but I don't know. I'm not that good at perceiving my own blood pressure, so maybe it's not that. One could hope. Uh-oh, there's an extra screw. I don't know what it's to. That's not good. That's why taking apart the throttle was not a great idea, because now this is going to sit for a long time, and until we get back to it. And in that time, I could forget a lot of the stuff that makes it up. This bundle of just rat hair. It's a literal rat's nest inside of this thing. And I don't want to get this silicone grease all over everything, because that stuff is bad too. I can just get it to sit back down without crushing the wires, which is impossible. But yeah, I don't know if you know, the process of measuring it is actually affecting my results, and that's why my blood pressure has always been high. Always. This thing is fascinating, and we'll have to get back to the throttle soon, because it seems like we could spend an afternoon with a multimeter and map out where all the stuff is. The only thing that I think is not accessible to me is the, oh, did that break? Oh, it'll still work. Is the TX and RX from this. And I would love to find an equivalent connector. There's some grease on the back of this thing. It gets everywhere. It's like this really viscous, sticky grease, but it's a silicone grease, so it's like kind of clean, but it's still, it just gets everywhere. If you get a little drop on something, it'll then transfer to the next thing and the next thing, and then before you know it, you feel weird. Everything feels a little weird, a little greased up. How's the micro doing? That needs a little calibration. So the TX and the RX, I don't know how you would spelunk into a TX and an RX and figure out what's on the other end. It's probably a chip that does like mouse stuff, I'm gonna guess, just because this throttle, the only TX and RX that I would really perceive, because, you know, sometimes these gaming accessories, they'll put like a shift register inside of part of it. So like you'd have a shift register in here, and then that would describe all of these buttons. But that's a shift register. That's not a TX and an RX. I think the TX and the RX is for this. Which one is it? This one. This one's a mouse, supposedly. And we can send that eventually to Node-RED as, you know, mouse positions. It's funny that it's not just two analog axes, but I think this and this are a mouse. And you can click this in too. So you can click that one in. This is a selector switch. But yeah, it'll be cool because we'll have like a selector switch, and depending on that position, that can route the signals to different stuff. I just need to make sure Node-RED is going to be fast enough in doing that so that when I click my button, I actually get a quick response. This thing will be really cool for flight games where you have you know, trims that you have to set and stuff. I think this is my favorite throttle. I haven't experienced many throttles. I don't know many throttles out there. The X65F is hard to find, so going out and buying one of these on my recommendation is not recommended. But this is my favorite throttle. It has just a lot of really cool stuff, like a pinky selector and that guy and this guy, and this thing clicks down and it trims, and just all kinds of cool stuff that I don't know. Probably like one game would utilize all the stuff that this thing brings to the table. I'll have to do like some of the more hardcore flight simulators out there, but those get expensive. Those games get expensive. What's the one where they give you no instructions and it's you have to start up and fly like a warthog? There's a bunch of those. They do like a new version every plane, or they'll do like a DLC for every plane that you can pilot with that, and you need to know like the jet fuel starter and all that stuff. I forget what the game that is. I'm gonna start putting stuff kind of in places. I also Halo 2. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the one. You're correct. Yeah, that's Halo 2, the shiny Halo. Everything is just a little shiny. In Halo 2, they decided that shininess was what the future should look like. Let me get these back to the... I don't think I'm going to use DIN rail stuff. I think we're going to use DB connectors, because those DB connectors are really, really, really good. We'll probably do DB connectors and label them. I don't know if I'm going to use a computer case, because the computer case is a little bit big for what our controller is going to be. I'll have to find some other kind of case that I'm happy with. It's possible that I could use a smaller computer case, but I don't want to buy that. That would be like another $100. I don't want to do that. But like a smaller rack mount case of some kind. I think I used to have. I mean, ideally, if the year were 1990 and I was building this thing, I probably would want to do a 19-inch rack like behind it that's hooked up to everything. But then the 19-inch rack would have all of that test supply stuff, and then we could use some of the test supply stuff to make the controller itself. But that's way too big. That stuff is huge. It's like enormous. It takes up like 5 rack units. No way. The file server that I have is one of those smaller cases, and I was able to smash all the stuff into it for 3 drives, no more, no less. It still has plenty of space on it, but it's touch and go. One day I got to redo this rack, but we also 3D printed a rack enclosure. I 3D printed the Twitch TV O Bother enclosure. Maybe I could do that and put it just under the floor where the pedals are, because I'll have some kind of like a support beam, and then I'll have some kind of thing on top of it. It might be a grating. I might just go get like a sheeted diamond plate from Home Depot, but that'll be the floor of the human area. I used to have car mats. I think I cut them up. A friend of mine gave me his old car mats, and I cut them up and I used them on the brewing table's bottom section to cover over the plywood, make it seem premium and not make a lot of noise. And it's great. It's a good material. It's very nice. But I needed one of those machines because the blood pressure was always high when the doctor did it manually. And the machine made you more comfortable. See, okay, the machine back in my day, mid-90s, when I was a little kid, they would hook it up, and if you moved at all, it would scrunch your arm to death once again. So I don't know. And they always measure through the shirt. I wonder if that affects the number too. I should probably take off my shirt, just in general, but also at the doctor's. Maybe they'll get better numbers, but in Philadelphia, they will never get good numbers, because when I'm in the city, my head's on a swivel. I'm crazy. I'm like, I dare not waste anybody's time being a calm person in the city. So I don't know. I got to answer this question. Let's just start stream. Let's just start. Let me just get the music out of here. We'll have a brief intro and then we're right into it. I say brief, it's been like 30 minutes, right? 24. Okay, well, I'm too curious about this. So against my title, we're gonna, oh, that was the procedure. Hold on, that's gonna take a second. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're back. Everything looks normal. Hi, yeah, so against all odds, I did not end up doing what I wanted to do today. I didn't end up clearing the way for what I wanted to do today. And what I wanted to do today was to work with a microcontroller and start moving that towards CAN bus so that we start to build up all the pieces of our system. Our system is going to use CAN bus. Like, that's an inevitability. I want to get some of that system built where things are talking to each other so that we can sort of put our finger on the pulse and figure out what's going on with a Raspberry Pi. And I want to make sure that that's fast. That's the big test. So I've got a couple things like the weird Raspberry Pi stuff that I have to configure in order to get CAN bus working in Linux. Cool that it can do that. I mean, that's really cool that it could just, you could just get thermometers into your OS and stuff. Cool. It's like, I will never stop. I will never get used to physical computing. Physical computing is so cool, and I will never get over it. The fact that I can write a dinky little code and I can have it do something in the real world like that, it tickles me. I don't know what it is about that I love so much. But like an artist makes something that interacts with people in a more complex way than just switches and relays would be able to do. That's what I love that. I love that interaction, and I love that about what we do here. That's what keeps me coming back. And I'm just, thinking about, you have your operating system. Oh, okay, that's where I edit Word documents and stuff like that. But if I go into this folder on a Linux setup, if I go into a certain folder, I can have a CAN bus that's speaking to the outside world. What's going on there? Like, it's just like a thermometer is just like a file in a folder. What is that? Crazy. It's just crazy. Anyway, so I didn't do all the wiring, so we're not going to be able to do the microcontroller programming. We're going to do some crimping of wires. What I meant to do was to crimp all those wires so that we'd have some of our accessories sitting in front of us, and I would be able to, do the coding today. But I moved the brew table. What's up, Herr Bothan? So many Bothans dead. I moved the brewing table. As you can see, it is gone. It's actually just in the other room. That's why I put wheels on everything in here. Maybe farts aren't working. Oh, I unplugged it. That's right. I had troubles. Hold on. We had troubles with things getting reconnected, and the fart machine was the first to go, sadly. That, or I just got really annoyed with it. It could be either one. Let's just plug her back in. This should all work now. Yeah, last stream we had to power outage proof a lot of my stuff. I still need to put a rule into the Tasmota, the Tasmotas that I can't reach, maybe all of them, so that if they're unable to ping my router, they get back on their Wi-Fi. I need to do that still. I hope we have the right Crimson housings today. Brand new right here. Brand new. One standard annoyance, please. Did that not work? All right, let me test it myself. Let me stick my face into this fart noisemaker. How do I do that? I think I just go to Twitch and I say, hey man, can I redeem some channel points for myself? And they go, yeah, man, you got infinite. And I go, all right, well, let me just give it a shot here. Nothing. Nothing! Why do you do this to me? Why is nothing working? Let's try, hold on. You guys don't have to test it, but there's also no refunds. Okay, so the Twitch bot still works. Twitch bot still works. The Idea light still works. My on-air light is not working. Why are you not? Oh, because I turn it off after a minute or two. Herr Bothan is all right. That's good to hear. Reviving 2 sealed 12-volt lead-acid batteries. Okay, I need to pick your brain on that. Let me know what you do to get them back, because I've got 4 or 5 of those 6AH sealed lead-acid batteries, and I've been dealing with those for nigh on 10 years. Not these specific batteries, but that type of battery would come to us at my old job in a FedEx package hooked up to some nefarious things. Apparently those batteries are all over the fucking place. But those like sealed gel pack security system batteries, I got a bunch of those. I need to refurbish them. We had that power surge the other day, and it took out another one of my UPSs. It didn't get caught by this UPS. Apparently my friend was telling me, like, uninterruptible power supplies that have surge protection often are not fast enough for some of the stuff that your power company is going to send you. And we learned that. But the UPS that I've got on my gaming computer, perfectly fine, I think. I mean, it took it like a champ. This one over here, the rack-mounted one, did not. I don't know what the hell's going on with that. And then the one upstairs, on one of the computers upstairs, the computer like shut down and the thing made this horrible noise. And I think it protected the computer up there from the surge. But when I got to look at it, I plug it in, it says, hey, I got full power, man, I'm ready to go. And then I unplug it from the wall and it just goes bleh, and dies. So it might be the lead acid batteries again. Damn it. I'm so mad at them. Hopefully first battery seems to be fine until now. 2 days of charging at 250 milliamps and it's only up to 11.4 volts. Check the electrolytes in there too. You might need to put a little distilled water in there because they apparently dry up, and engineers go, oh, it's a sealed battery, let's put it on its side. And so apparently putting it on its side makes it so that the stuff evaporates more easily sometimes. I don't know. They should be sealed, but whatever. SLA batteries with a gel. I've never dealt with that. Can't, it's sealed. The sealed gel. Oh, so it's not like one of those big things. This is, so I don't know why the program is doing this now, but interacting directly with you guys is kind of what I do, right? And for some reason, Social Stream Ninja, if you got a long name, it's making it really small. And so I have to like lean into the computer. The whole purpose of the Social Stream Ninja tab is so that streamer boy doesn't have to strain his eyes to read these messages. What's up, Tippy Canoe? M86 blah, blah, blah. Haven't watched in forever, but love the BTS project from back in the day. Back in the day. Oh, God. Back in the day. I feel like it was yesterday, Tippy. I feel like it was yesterday. I moved the brewing table out from in front of Burn the Subs, so now we can work on Burn the Subs a little bit too. I have to do a lot of wiring, and that's sort of a bother project. I kind of want to move the drag chain to the upper part of the board, and I don't know what it's going to take to do that. A lot of my solutions are sort of like, hey, what's right in front of me? Like, right? And I was kind of like, hey, there's a little bit of extra room on the rails down here. I could probably do like a drag chain. I don't like how this is set up, and I don't like how this is set up. I need the drag chain to go from the opposite direction so that gravity kind of keeps it in line. But what we've been working on, Tippy, lately is this thing here, this big nightmare of a project that I kind of, wait, why is that turning up there? What the, oh man, my whole camera mount is like loose. I've only had it for 10 years. We are working on a simulator setup that uses real car parts. Previously on Oh Bother, for a couple years, I had been working on a system that clips onto the desk. The problem with that is that this is the system that clips onto the desk. These are the remaining parts of the 2 horsepower motor, which is very heavy. The problem is this fucking thing weighs 18 pounds. Oh, by the way, I also put an offer in on armrests that are the same ones that are on my chair right now, because those armrests you can kind of position, and so they'll sit at thigh height, and you can bring them up to put your elbows on. So I think that'll be really good for the seat. And it'll enable you to move the arm down, and then you can get in and out. I think that'll be really important. I want to keep like the leg area clear, so I'm probably going to have something that swings into place with flight controls on them. But anyway, we're working on the car part of this and the superstructure now. I decided that I would buy rails and make a sim setup because my brother dropped an entire like whole ass car seat on me. He bought a BMW, and there's nothing more expensive than a high mileage BMW because they have this high mileage maintenance you have to do, or else, you know, like the radiator hose connection will crack because it's made out of plastic. So you got to buy a whole new radiator and a bunch of other stuff. So used market flooded with BMWs at a particular mileage because of that high mileage maintenance. My brother fell into that trap, and he was refurbishing his car using junkyard parts. Don't knock it till you try it. You can find some gems at the junkyard. He found luxury seats for his M5. And so this is the quote unquote sports seat. But he was like, I don't know what I'm doing with these things. I'm like, you can sell them on eBay. And he's like, that's a pain in the butt. Or you could give me one because I've got the simulator wheel that uses real car parts. And he's like, this is going to be like 2 Christmases. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I don't really want anything for Christmas. This is the kind of thing. So he drops this thing off during Thanksgiving. And so for the holiday season, I have to source the 80/20 rails. Why is that there? That seems out of place. Hold on. Is that, I think that goes up here. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, my scenes are switching in OBS because I'm accidentally clicking stuff and then it throws me off. So yeah, so I have a whole car seat. The cool thing about this car seat is that it speaks CAN bus. If I move the Mercedes wheel system from Granite Devices specific simulator setup on the STM32 to open force feedback board. OpenFFB, I don't know if the pinouts are compatible. I think I can change the pinouts and make them work properly, but I think I can run on the Granite Devices circuit board, I think I can run open force feedback. Open force feedback allows you to actually digitally communicate the status of buttons, like a normal game controller that's DIY open source should. Granite Devices didn't do that. They said, yeah, we'll publish something about an API at some point. That was like 5 years ago, 10 years ago. They're not doing it, right? They've moved over to the system where you just buy the thing and it works as a force feedback steering wheel. That's not our speed. Our speed is we want a whole bunch of just bullshit to connect. Just throw it all out there and just connect it all. And I want it all to speak CAN bus so that I can have screens that are specific for stuff that I can put data onto by just giving them a CAN bus signal. And if I can have everything on CAN bus, then I can have a Raspberry Pi also on the CAN bus, and I can have Node-RED be sort of a signal moderator between things. So as I push a button, that'll send out a change of button CAN bus message. Raspberry Pi gets that message. It routes through whatever spaghetti we've connected to an output that will then send another CAN bus signal that'll be read by a bunch of, for instance, Raspberry Pi Picos that are working as HID devices. So that if a game is a little choosy and weird, or OpenFFB directly, which is also working as a HID force feedback device. So there'll be a certain number of buttons and switches and levers that will be on that device. If I want to have a second like game controller with different stuff on it, I can do that. Or if I want to route it to something physically happening, I can do that. I could have it send a signal to the seat. I could use the turn signal to move the seat forward and backwards. Like I can just completely redo it like that. This MSI driver utility was devious. Started my PC, it popped up. I almost didn't scroll down. The thing was going to install Norton 360. Lately, it's just felt like we've been under attack by AI and a bunch of other nonsense they're trying to get our computers to do. And then Windows 11 was just a kick in the stomach for everybody in terms of the amount of just connectivity that it requires and the amount of privacy that we lose every time stuff advances like this. It's come to a head, and I'm this close to going to Linux. It'll be a struggle, but anything worth doing is a struggle. I feel like it's not going to be that bad. The only thing I lose is Fusion 360. 360 and 365 are the lamest. Yeah, I wish Fusion 360 would move over to Linux, because that would be the last nail in the coffin, and I'd be moving over. Because honestly, like I did like a version of KDE for the handheld, and I love it. It's great. It doesn't get in your way. It doesn't do anything you don't want it to do. Yeah. I haven't even upgraded to 10 yet. Oh my God. You have so many 0 days. There's like 1,000. That's crazy. You're running the same OS as like the rack computer, that thing over there, the DIN-Rail computer from that dead electrician that I got a bunch of stuff from. Anyway, so yeah, yesterday was spent moving. Oops! Don't look at my butt. Yesterday was spent moving the big butcher block table out. I still have the desk project that I want to do for my gaming desk, where I'm building it out of a big butcher block slab that I've had for like 5 years. I think I have enough rail to do it. These are just offcuts. All of the other rail is actually back with that desk. I just need to figure out what the design's going to be. Anyway, but we built this thing, which looks like a space pod, but it's a bunch of real car parts. Turns out you really need to bolster that brake pedal, because a human boy like me can put quite a bit of force into the brake pedal. So the last thing to do with this, as with any like rail structure kind of project, is to shore up all your angles and your connections. Right now, I pressed the brake pedal and something moved. I think this is not square down here. So I need to either get the laser level or the little electronic level that I have, just a bubble level, and just level some stuff out. But I think the best thing that I could do is design parts that will insert into these gaps and give me the right angles. Anyway, so that was the long explanation of all the reasonable things that I'm doing to cap off this wonderful, complex, and fascinating description, we're going to crimp a bunch of wires because we figured out what the pinouts were for, and believe it or not, it does exist, BMW turn signal, as well as my Mercedes steering wheel adjuster that has an LED at the end of the stock that you can actually see. Really cool. Neat little indicator on that. There's also a blue wire in here that goes all the way to the front of this thing, and I don't know what it does. This is, for some reason, to turn on steering wheel heat. Wheel goes up, wheel goes down, wheel goes forward, wheel goes back, and then heat on, heat off. Why did they do it there? I don't know. It's fascinating. We also know what the windshield wipers do. These are all different resistors that you're going through, so it would basically initiate a different voltage level on the line. So we have 4 or 5 voltage levels on this one, and then we have down, up, etc., like that. That is for, that's actually 2 wires, and it does like a weird kind of binary thing with the 1s and 0s. It connects them to ground. And then down here, this one is actually the second to highest window wiping setting. Then there's, is it 1? It's 2 wires for the sprayer. And then I was crestfallen. I don't have a rear, this isn't a stock that has a rear wiper. There would be a way to push this and get the rear wiper to turn on. Sad. And there's no buttons, there's no extra buttons on this. So that I don't know how I would turn on a rear windshield wiper if the simulator had it. I work too much. Run Ubuntu with Proxmox for GPU pass-throughs and Windows 10 VM for any applications that don't run natively on Linux. That's more specific than what I hear, but I do hear similar murmurs of doing that. But I hear it's somewhat moody. It's somewhat moody. So at some point, maybe I should just spin up a machine, build up a computer. I think I have enough parts to build, well, yeah, I think I have enough parts to build kind of a crappy, dumpy computer. Maybe I could then test to see if I can get a Linux environment going with Fusion 360. That may be something that I need to check out at some point. We got to make wires, though. We know the pinouts of all these guys, and they're fascinating. They do some really cool stuff. We can make a quick little microcontroller program that will basically do all that stuff, because we got to do that anyway. Do all that stuff, and then maybe we can plug CAN bus into it and make it send out change of control signals. And that can sort of begin our whole CAN bus network, because this thing spoke 500 kbps, but I think the seat speaks 100, and we need to test signals going into the seat. I need a little bit more, I need to stretch my legs a little bit more, so we need to like spin up a microcontroller. I just have a motherboard with 2 M.2 slots and reboot into Windows if I need to run CAD or play a game that has anti-cheat. Slower and not stream friendly, but perfectly fine otherwise. The seat's a slow talker. It's also a close talker. I really wish that seat would take a step back. Yeah, so, okay, we got pinouts and everything. Let's open them up. I gotta open up MS Paint. The loss of MS Paint would be a, you know, at some point I've got to listen to Flatulent go ahead and actually use some of the programs that he uses to do his stream stuff, because this could be more organic than it just popping up. Right now it just pops up, but it would be fun if these things slid in and out. And I guess I could probably do that with OBS, but yeah, anyway. So paint. Lack of MS Paint is a valid criticism. I use MS Paint and I mean, Notepad++ exists on Linux, so I won't lose that. Because I like using my very, very basic tools. That's not the right one. Okay, none of this is the right thing. Weird. Open. There it is. Stocks. These are the stock schematics. So these are what the pinouts are. The steering wheel does not have any kind of a keyway on it, whereas the indicator and the wipers are very keyed. They have tons of keyways on them. It's interesting that Mercedes doesn't. It seems like maybe that module might plug into something that has an untwistable connector on it or something. Oh, wait, Linux doesn't have Notepad++? Oh, that's not good. I assumed that it was one of those Linuxy tools. I just assumed. I made it ask you me. Am I wrong about that? I'm probably wrong about that then. Yeah, all right, let's make some wires. So I bought the kit. And now we actually have the right connector, the 5x2. Luckily for us, these are old enough that they're using 0.1 inch pitch on all these. Just use KD or VS Code depending on what I'm doing. I'm kind of, you know, I like the interface of Notepad++. So these kits always come with an equal number of male and female connectors, and they're only like 15. Actually, I think this was like $9 for this thing. They're not gold plated, they're not special, they're not super special. We don't need special. But what happens is eventually you run out of certain ones that you use a bunch, and at that point it's better just to cut your losses and throw the whole thing out and buy a new one, which I did not do. KD is Notepad++ for Linux. It's good. Okay. Keep that in mind. I'm not switching over tonight, you know. The Fusion 360 sponsorship has me doing Fusion streams every couple of months. I do way more than I'm required to just because it's a good tool. We use it a lot and I really, really like it. So switching to Linux and still using Fusion, that's like a big deal. It's a big deal. But man, I'm sure they know that we're like clamoring for it. If you look at which ones use more, then order those in bulk. Yeah, I so seldomly use the DuPonts. The DuPonts are really good for breadboarding though, because they're all 0.1 inch spaced. But yeah, I just don't use them as much. I like my, what are they called? JST. I like the JST connectors better. But yeah, all right, so we just need a bunch of wires, and I think maybe our bunch of wires are going to come out of this one. This is rather meaty for the level of wiring that we're doing, but I guess keeping it meaty is probably just fine. And then I guess I'm going to start with the ground wires. We're going to run out of the black wire very quickly. That's going to be the biggest sticking point. Now these are going to be on either side of the stock, and I don't know where the controller is going to be. So I kind of want to make them a little bit long, and we'll probably crimp them into something that I can then jumper onto the breadboard. Yeah, the JST can be breadboard compatible. No, I do like me a good JST connector. I'm going to need 3 primary ground wires, so let's just start with those, and I'm going to keep it a little bit longer than I'm comfortable with. I don't like it to be this long. It's going to be wasteful, but then again, this whole project is wasteful. I just emailed a guy, or rather did an eBay price offer for that arm. See that arm on the chair over there? This is how I work, by the way. This is, bitch, this is how you live. this is how I live. I'm sorry. Anyway, the arm on that chair can move up and down and out and in, and then the backing can swivel back and forth. It's a really good arm. It kind of gets out of the way. And so I sent a message to a seller who was selling just a pair of the arms for a lot of money. It was actually a lot more than any of the other car parts are costing. I think those would be good because they're not permanently in one position. So for the joysticks, I can kind of put them a little bit below and stuff like that. Like we can just put them in whatever situation I need them to be in, and then when they need to get out of the way, they'll go back down to about thigh height, so you can kind of get out of the way of those things. I think that's going to work out nicely. I think that's going to work out nicely. If they take my offer, because they wanted a lot more than what I offered. I still offered a lot of money, and if it's a no-go, then I don't know what I'll do about armrests, because armrests I think are going to be kind of important. What's up, Lines and Squares? How you doing? Yeah, we didn't get wiring done, so I'm doing it now. And I'm using big wire. I'm using big wire instead of small wire. I should be using small wire, but this stuff is a little bit more compatible with the JST crimpers. It'll grip them nicely so that we don't have to worry about bad connections on them. And I'm just doing it like a test crimp right now. Just leave a little bit exposed. There's plenty of meat on that wire. We could send like an amp through that. I don't need to send an amp. All this stuff is like microcontroller sensing levels of current. Like that is way more meat than we need, but I guess I'll just do it. I'll just use it. Just use it, might as well. So let's get that in a crimp. Now, what type of crimps are these? I think these are the kind that will hug the wire on the circular setting. Oh, they're the offset ones. That's going to be annoying. I do want to use the circular sensor, though. The wire core is thicker than the pins. Oh, what a waste. You sent an Anthem GPIO microcontroller converted into a jumper. Yeah. I got a few of those. So if I just start this out, just to where it starts to circularize the connector, and then I get the wire in there, is this going to be easy for me to feel out where the jacket hits the metal, the crimp for the wire itself? Oh, I can't. No, that's going to be... It's going to be an issue. Wow, that was a little much. Okay, this wire might be too thick for the crimp. This wire's a little too thick for it. Yeah, it looks a little busted. It's all kinds of busted. So I guess this one's out. Hold on, I gotta rearrange these. I think that's the order that they go in. All right. Find myself confused about where my scenes are. All right, so 3 lengths of this wire were a waste. Good work. Good work, everybody. Shit. So just use another crimper. I don't have another crimper. Yeah, I get that a lot in Credamike. Let's find another kit of wires. I know I've got it. Is one down there? No, it's probably all the way back at the wiring area, all the way over here. You guys can just oogle at that stuff for a while. All right, this is a mess because I moved that table. I don't have any surfaces to put stuff on, and so I've got just this big mess of containers over here. The temptation is to put the containers over there, but that just, no, it's just moving the mess. I can't just move the mess all the time. I need to address it. Address this mess. All right, what do we got? I got these. Not just going to use red and black wire for the whole thing. This is the same company. It might be the same wire. Hold on a sec. This might be the same thing. Why do I have so much of this stuff? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Bless this mess. Okay. It's a veritable who's who of wiring. Oops. Okay, this stuff is smaller. I think this might be the stuff that we need to use. Let's do a test crimp before I end up cutting 3 lengths of it. Of an arbitrary length of wire that I now don't have any use for. I mean, maybe I could use the thicker stuff for like the chair seat. Which, having the chair over there means that it's harder for me to get to for this kind of stuff, for the CAN bus stuff. If you know where the stuff is, it's just an alternative storage solution. It's true, it's true. If I put the bless this mess sign over the shop, that'll make it okay. I don't know. All right, so let's put this one somewhere else so I don't start using it accidentally. It's not packing back up. I'm not going to spend the time on it right now. This stuff is really, really small. It's 28 gauge. I don't necessarily... We could use this. This would be the good choice, but I don't have anything that crimps this really nicely. This one doesn't have the gauge written on it. There's a label 22. This is apparently 22 gauge. Oops, which one? Yeah, that's for this kit. Okay, there. All right, I don't know how Flatulent Gonad does this. He does big wiring jobs that use D-sub connectors and stuff. Oh, I missed Mahalo coming in. How's it going? Why is that loose? It's like weird. This is loose. This has never been loose. I think I used thread locker on it even. All right, let's see here. I'm just gonna try to use a hex key to like wrench it because it's got thread locker on it, so it really shouldn't be so movable. This is just like a basic, all this stuff is just like Amazon, right? I have a blue microphone arm, a part that I machined, actually kind of did a neat job on it. It looks nice, it's got little grips on it, but a part that I machined to adapt the thread from the blue microphone arm and to an aluminum, it's like for holding screens on professional cameras. They have these like ball mounts, and this ball mount had like rubber O-rings on it. And so you could move the monitor and lock it in place. It would stay in place. This even has a thrust bearing on it, like specifically for the force that the screw is putting into the thing, which is phenomenal engineering. Got it for a couple bucks. But yeah, what happens is the screws on either end of this thing that hold it to the Logitech Brio and that hold it to my little adapter, they get loose, and then everything starts flopping around, and I don't want it to flop around. I keep just enough pressure on this thing so I can pose the camera arm and have it stay in place. That looks like the arm that comes with the Yeti pack. Nope, it's a separate piece, and it has like bearings in it. It's crazy. But I had to get rid of the O-rings. They didn't really help out. But yeah, that's how I do the camera work here is just by adjusting that thing and holding it in place. The blue microphone arm, we had to go to DigiKey to find springs that were the exact same length as the original ones, and they did have it. The exact same length and size as the original one, but with slightly smaller wire so that they had less spring force, because the Blue Yeti microphone is it's a toy. It's not a good microphone. You shouldn't buy it for the money you're spending. I'd go with like Audio Technica or something like that. But anyway, the point is that microphone is made just out of a chunk of aluminum, and so it's heavy. This camera's not heavy, so we had to change the springs, and now we've got a pretty good balance of everything. This is a long-standing project in the stream, and it bumped up the quality of our visuals immensely. All right, so I realize now why I kept that piece of wire. It was to measure the new wires against. Oh well, you win some, you lose some. Sometimes your brain no good no more. All right, I guess I'll give it that amount of length. That should be enough to get to some kind of a controller. Probably will be a controller on the steering wheel, the steering column. Don't do two, do one, and then test. We'll see if we've got a viable subject for stream today. Yeah, I think this is perfect for these, the 22 AWG. What do these say? They don't. They just say male and female pin. I got 200 of each. 200. Previously I had said that DuPont connectors were really easy to crimp. I'm starting to question my wisdom on that subject. Okay, just barely get it started so that the two things go like that. So they become round, and I'm able to get this wire through it. Feels like they gave me small crimps. Okay, that felt right. Oh, no, but it wasn't. Why is it crimping it so small? It just crushed the whole thing. That was... What the fuck? Okay. We're fine. I can do this. It's fine. That was terrible. It did crimp down the whatever it is, the stuff enough, but I guess I didn't get it seated in between. These are tough to maneuver. I like the ones that are the long, wide, flat things, because these sort of overlap one another. So they're meant to kind of like hug the wire and sort of take up the same area. But that means that this goes in kind of unevenly, and it's hard to tell. You can't pull back on it until it hits the other die in the crimper. All this for a good crimp. I know. You could just solder the wires directly to the PCB. Sounds like a great idea. If you think there's a third chat that I'm not showing up on screen that I'm responding to, that is just my dementia. I'm just talking to myself. My chat is not that dumb. Well, okay, I'm not gonna vouch for them that much. Yeah, it's got to be professional. Yet again, this is baffling to me. This one should do like a nice circular crimp, but I think it's like out of adjustment or something. I don't know. Maybe we got to use number 1 on this because number 3 is just too restrictive. See how those overlap one another though? That's what you're going for, but I don't think we're achieving it really. Yeah, I didn't get the silicon in there. Does this just come off? No, because it's tight enough around the wires. Ah, jeez. I was a good boy. I did all of my recycling and trash. I got it out today. There was a shitload of it. There's just so much. I'm still sweaty from going up and down the stairs 500 times. But I did all this vacuuming around here. I moved the whole brew table out and away. Looks for a 1. I think it might be a 2 though. Well, yeah, let's try a 1 and see if that overcrushes it. The schizophrenic voices never get quiet, much like Twitch chat. Yeah, much like my ears go ee at all times, at all times, at all times. I've worked in some very loud places with FK Productions BHL. Okay, I think it's not, the wire's not getting past the jacket crimp. Yeah, I full sent that one, but I don't like this crimp because, see, it doubles in on the wire and sort of grippies it. And I guess that was a successful crimp. How did I don't think I made that much wire available. Weird. I have a cleaner coming today, which means I need to clean a bunch before they actually come in. Yeah, I dislike that very much. You got to leave something for the cleaner to clean. Otherwise, they're just wiping surfaces down and making it into a sterile environment. You got to have like just a little bit of something. All right, so now we're going to try number 2, and I think number 2 is going to work out just fine for this. Every facet of this project has to be absolutely perfect, so I need two 5-hour streams where I do nothing but crimp wires until they are perfect. All right, start it out a little bit. Wire goes in. I don't know how to make crimps good. I don't know how to do that. I should learn sometime how to make a good wire crimp. But then you watch the tutorials that people have. I literally have no new information to share. That just failed. That just failed. It's a lesson I need. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be, and I think part of it is 3D printing stuff that you screw onto, like the ends of the crimper that'll hold the crimp in place, and so you get sort of the same results every time. So things are predictable. All right, what's going on in this thing? See, just like that, so that I can get the wire into there. Once I get it right, it'll be pretty quick for us to get the rest of these together. Until then, we are a hangout stream more than we are a project stream. This is just me getting mad at wire crimps. Okay, it just, fuck. I'm getting very mad. Why can't I crimp anything? I think this kit is for thinner wires even still. But if I use my 22 gauge, we'll get a sample of 22 gauge here, or 28. This is 22 that we just tried. Let's get a little 28, and I'll just get a random, like, yellow. I don't use a ton of yellow. I'm just going to try it. Just crimping, the new section of Twitch. It's where all the kids are. It's the new meta. The new meta is crimping. Everyone's into it. It's a real fetish. All right, let's see here. So this one is probably a number... Well, let's try this in a number 3 with the circular... Oh, that one's already been crushed. Try this in a number 3 and see if number 3 works perfectly. What I'm really looking for, aside from the jacket being nice and squished, is that it's making good contact with the wire, because that's going to be the most frustrating thing, is if it doesn't make good contact with the wire. So you saw there, I crushed it in just a little bit so it fits in the die, and then I insert it in and then pull back a little bit, just so it sits in the right location. And what I'm pulling back against is the 2 different dies that this thing gets crushed against. And I want to use the circle wire one because I think it's cleaner. I think it's cleaner. And I keep getting frayed wires. Which is why I twist it, but I don't know if you're supposed to... I don't know if you... maybe it is good to twist it for these, but for some, you're not supposed to twist it. That felt like butter. That felt like butter. That felt like butter. What I look for in a good crimp is that a little bit of the silicone jacket sticks in front of the crimp so that it's squeezing in the middle. So if you pull on it, it tends to not pull out. This will pull out pretty easily, but it is hugged perfectly by those 2 wires. And it looks like the crimp end here really squished down. So I think we're in business. We're actually using the small wire, which you know what? I'm actually happy about that. You know what? I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad. You know what? I'm not going to get mad. I won't get mad. We tried everything first, and then it worked the last time. Okay, so we are using the small stuff, so let me pack this stuff away. Yeah, we finally, after 6 hours of crimping, we finally did a good crimp. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But this is good, because the smaller wire is fine. It's exactly what we need, because all this stuff is just switch signals. We're not actually in a car. I don't need this to power a motor at different voltages, so we don't need 18 gauge wire on everything. Only 100 more to go? 4, 4, and 5, I believe. No, 4, 4, yeah, 4, 4, and 5. So we got 15 to go-ish. This is it. Okay, this is it. This is it. Make no mistake. Okay, so I'm just going to make a bunch, and then we'll populate them into the containers. How far does this one? That one is actually fairly close. It's like I'm calibrated. So that's not useful anymore. We'll put that in the keyboard, so when I try to hit keys, they'll not press down fully, because this is fully open keyboards, and if I wanted to press that FN key right now, I'd be crushing a wire under it. Very frustrating on a work table, but it's also very small. It's also very compact, which is what I need, because this is constantly, this sort of swirling miasma of geological project is sort of making its way down towards the path of least resistance, least amount of, what was that called again? Oh man, why did I forget what that is? Randomness, noise, heat, entropy. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Why did entropy leave my brain? It left my brain and it didn't even turn the lights off when it was done. 15 successes to go. That's close to 100 attempts. Thank you for your confidence, you piece of shit. I'm just putting these in a random one. Those are from a different kit, but we've got a lot more work over here to do before we even look at housings. Okay, so I need 3 ground wires, because all these things depend on a unified ground connection for all of them. So we need 3 of these. I'm just going to get the reel out. Oh no, we're going to run out of this wire. Oh no. Well, I wanted to have unity in the wire colors, but I might not be able to. That's going to be very annoying. Well, okay, let's just see if we can do it. Let's see if we can do it. And I'm making these all equidistant just because I don't know where the controller is going to be. We probably should do a stream where we design the stalk. I still don't know how that's going to work. Everything about the sim setup scares me. I love it though. Okay, we need 1 more ground wire. This is dire. That hopefully has to be long enough. I think it is. I think it is. Oh, it's that much too long. It's just a little length. Oh, we lucked out. This was meant to be, Chet. This was meant to be. Of course, now I make 500 mistakes on the wires. Wire cutter, that's one of my favorite Aesop Rock lyrics, is wire cutter pliers. It's just like, it's not really a clever line, it's just a flow. It's just a flow. Okay, I'm trying to get everything organized here so we can do just a little bit more crimping. So I was looking at the throttle, and there's a TX and an RX on the back of it. It has a transmit and receive pin. I don't know what we're talking to, so I think I need to take that throttle and I need to like pull apart one of the sides, because it probably has some kind of a mouse controller in it. And I don't mean there's like a little mouse inside that controls it, because that's what the other one is. It's, you know, that's how computers work. They got a little mouse inside. It's doing everything. But I think the stick on the stalk of that throttle as a mouse, I think it has its own little controller-y thing. And if we're gonna communicate with that TXRX, I gotta find like a part number. Unless I can find somebody else taking apart the X65F, but I don't think sim people are mad enough. There's a couple of us that are like that are mad enough to do this kind of crazy stuff. Oh God, what happened there? Do the kind of crazy stuff that I'm doing right now, which is to reverse engineer and rewire a bunch of stuff and then come up with your own controller scheme. I think mostly what the sim people want to do is play their sim games, and so they don't do the crazy engineering part. There's a few out there. Gonad being one of them. You say, you know what? I could just do it myself. And it'll be perfectly fine. That was, by the way, textbook. That was beautiful. Absolutely. Let's do that 15 more times. Plus the other sides, which I also want to crimp. The cool one was the one that was the builder that was on Strange Parts' show, and they had me on there with them because I do crazy simulator stuff. But this person basically was making a joystick that was force feedback, which I think there are more than a couple projects for that nowadays. But the joystick was force feedback with a couple motors on it, so that you could simulate different shifters layouts. So if you had a different car with a different shifter, you'd be running into the slots of it instead of having to change out hardware. Then I guess you could also switch to a flying game or a spaceship game. Ah, fuck that one up. A flying or a spaceship game that also had force feedback on it. I wish I could get these to, like, if I could pre-grip the wire and then get it to go into the crimper, but I don't think that's something that I haven't managed to do that very much. So let's just roll through these and get these done. The problem is I don't have any feedback when this thing goes in there. It's such thin wire that I don't feel it butt up against the stuff. This is it. Make no mistakes. How long is that going to be in my head? I think it needs to be like that. Yeah, it can only pull out this far. I don't want to crush any of that stuff. I think my die is just not perfectly suited to this type of crimp, but this is the best one that I've got. I don't have the other style. That was a good one. A little too much wire in it, but that's not really that much of a problem because that'll just fold back when you plug it into a pin. Could get in the way, but generally that's okay. All right, I get more of these. I don't know why this isn't circular anymore. It used to be. I think I adjusted this crimp. Maybe I did something wrong when I adjusted it. I made it crimp a little harder, maybe. And so it gets closer to the actual shape of the crimp because I adjusted this part down here. So maybe that's what's been going on, is I've just been messing that up. Maybe it would have worked for those larger wires if it had a little bit more wiggle room. That does not look like enough. This is thin wire, holy shit. Oh, need these. Yes, sure, yes, sure. Once I get this stuff done, we can plug it into the breadboard and then we can actually communicate with, we can set up a program for the micro that'll do like serial printouts of what's being hit, basically. And then we can convert that into ones and zeros, and that'll be the packet that it sends off on CAN bus. For the 3 stalks, see what I'm building towards is making it so that the seat and the wheel are powered and adjustable at the same time so that I can maneuver everything into position. Right now, I can't, I guess that'll be okay. Right now, I can't move them all at the same time. I have to like connect wires to things in order to get them to move around. All right, so what are some of our other signals here just to inform our wire colors? Because everybody has a unified ground. We have a red LED, so maybe I'll do a red wire with that one, and then I can do I can do like forward and backwards have different wire colors. That one is like a double wire that does a binary thing. The one all the way on the wipe stock, that one does like its own little code. Wait, this is wrong. Did I not save it or something? First one should be ground, not ground X. We can just take that, paste it. Where'd it go? Oh, the program wasn't, okay, paste it. Bring that over here. Yoink. There you go. Save. These are my master documents for these things, so they have to be accurate. I have to make them as accurate as possible. Each of these got 2 wires and then a signal wire. So I'm going to do 1 red wire, and then we'll do a yellow wire for each of them. I don't have red. I guess it's orange. No, I guess it's red. It's just my lighting. It's just my lighting. So this is the red LED wire. It's red because the LED is red. You guys did you guys pick up on? Did you pick up on that? That's what I was doing, because red LED. It's red. This LED right here. It's red, and so I'm putting it on a red wire because of red LED. You guys got that. I think you got that. You guys understand. Oh, I didn't squish it ahead of time. Well, I think it'll be okay. Okay, and then just barely till it hits up against something. And then you have a perfect crimp. Yes! Meanwhile, people are like listening to my stream going, man, this guy must have been obnoxious to be next to in an office. Yeah, I probably was. But it's good for streaming because I make crimping a wire more exciting than crimping a wire. I have to, otherwise we'll all die of bored. Okay, so remaining colors, white, blue, green. I have 2 signals coming from all of these except for the windshield wiper, which has like the wash button, and then, so that has 2, but it has 2 additional. This one has 2, that one has 3. Okay, so there's no sense. Maybe we'll put buttons on the blue wire, and then the white and the greens will just be whatever. I don't have enough wire colors to really describe all of this stuff, so let's do, so it'll be like white, green, blue, white, green, blue, another one. You were doing the constant screaming, yapping in the office? No. No, I was quiet because I was working on my own projects instead of actual work. I was always working on the thing that I would be taking to a festival, which in some cases was that giant LED globe or the LED headgear. Various other little projects that I would do with drones. I was always working on my own creative pursuits because it was not a creative pursuit at that job. And it takes a toll on me if I'm not able to work on creative projects. I start to get shaky. I get the shakes, and then I start hallucinating and start talking to myself if I don't get to work on my own projects much. And I end up putting a lot of lighting around and you know, making sure that there's good cameras. And I end up wearing a microphone and then streaming to Twitch. Wait a minute. Oh, that's concerning. That one went all the way through. Oh, it's because I didn't clamp down yet. Hold on. I've got to clamp a little bit. Need a little clamp in your life. And then this thing should because if I don't carefully get this in the middle, the ends of the wire, the strands, get caught on stuff, and then I can't feel what's going on in there to get it all the way in. I don't think that's going to succeed. Nope, I cramped only on the... Oh, and I didn't even... It's a big wet fart. That's what that is. Let's get a little bit more wire on the end. Yeah, so when you stream, like, you gotta kind of gibber. you gotta be able to fill dead airspace with your voice. It's like a radio thing, you know. I'm not like this when I'm at parties and stuff. This is just for you guys. This code switch that I do for streaming. But it's all part of the package, you know. You gotta do the streamer stuff. That was way too far in. I think I can accept this one. This wasn't hitting against the crimp very well. But I don't think... A little bit of the silicon might be in there, but I think I got it. Asthma crimping. Start doing bets on the crimping. Let's make everything into gambling. Hey, I have a great idea for society. How about we keep technically wise people out of government so that gambling can move into cyberspace and we can get everybody addicted to it because it'll be on the phones that everybody carries around with them. And since our leaders are not tech savvy, they're still in the Stone Age, we can do it without regulation. We could advertise gambling for kids. I think that's a great idea. One of the great ideas out there. One of the ideas of all time, in fact. Be real with me, chat. Do you guys gamble on your phones? I've seen some of the streamers that I follow do that, and it's a little bit freaky to me. Loot box gambling. Yeah, I guess there's that. I never bought into any of that stuff. I can't stand those games where you loot box gamble to get accessories. Sometimes even like gameplay stuff. I never did that. I'll stick to my old games if I need to. Not since I gave up on crypto like a decade ago. I still have my crypto. I don't know what happened to the wallet manager or whatever is no longer around, so I don't know what has become of it. The amount should be something like 0.1 Bitcoin, right? 0.1 Bitcoin is like $20,000. And I haven't touched it in a long time, so I don't know where it is right now, but I would almost want to pay somebody to handle that. You do this and take 10%. You get 10% if you can find my Bitcoins and cash them in. When I meet somebody new and they mention they put a bet on a big game, my opinion of them is lowered. I do not disagree. I think it's very, very dumb for people to get into this stuff. For a generation that was almost the one to give up cigarettes permanently, they made cigarettes flavored and USB devices. And so that whole generation now vapes. And I think, I don't know why. They were going to be the generation that gave up on smoking entirely. I think I fucked that one up really bad. Whoever rated Wex. What? What is that? That was a very bad one. You can see the silicon jacket is all the way up to the tip, and it should not be that way. This wire sometimes doesn't butt up against the second piece of the crimp. I need it to do that because I'm doing it by feel. I could do it by distance. I could measure it with where I pinch the wire and then do it by distance. How much shorter is this one now? But yeah, the same kind of attitude towards all the phone gambling stuff, because you could just like put bets in on practically anything now. And I don't know, it used to be like gambling was really regulated, and then Philadelphia got gambling suddenly. We got the casino went in and it was fine, wasn't it? I don't think it's fine though. I appreciate gambling as something that I have to travel in order to do. But I also never really get into that kind of dopamine feedback stuff. I don't like that. I don't like it. Scrolls Reddit. Okay, I do scroll Reddit. Father used to work for them. They probably gave you BTC too. Gave your BTC to him. What? Bitcoin. Oh, you had a Bitcoin exchange. See, I forget. I'm signed up for some kind of a wallet, and I got emails that like it's going to be harder to keep track of your Bitcoin because that wallet thing was dispersing or something. I don't know, man. I hope I still have my Bitcoin. I've got all these backup codes. That felt right. That felt okay. That felt like a partial success. Give me the phone number for the Bitcoin department. I don't have that. I don't think I have that. I'm going to accept this even though I shouldn't. I shouldn't accept that because none of the jacket got to the front of the crimp. Okay, so I'm not accepting that. The FTX guy had his mom file for. It's not I'm not an FTX. I don't know what I have. There should be a 3D printer jig for the crimping. Yeah, I've seen those, and I should probably get one because they have ones that hold like a pin header at a certain distance, and you kind of load it up and clip it down. There should be something like a magnet that I just boink and then it just clips down, because then I could hold the wire in and crimp at that distance visually. I wouldn't have to feel for when it hits the second part of the crimp. That would be a good idea to use. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. Eventually I'll sit down with a pot of coffee and figure out what to do with my Bitcoin. But if I take it out, then I've got to pay Uncle Sam for it. So I'm leaving it in for now. And I have left it in for nigh on, God, when was it that I won the Millionaire Makers contest? It was like 2016. So it's been a little since I've touched that Bitcoin that I have. The 0.1 of a Bitcoin. I was supposed to have almost a Bitcoin. I was going to have 0.9 of a Bitcoin because of people donating Bitcoin back when it was worth peanuts. But my Reddit account, Reddit went over to two-factor, and I sort of dragged my feet on that a little too much. And then I won the Millionaire Makers contest, and I didn't secure the Bitcoin donation thing. I didn't secure the account, and it got broken into from an Indian IP, and my Bitcoin got extracted and transferred to the point where I couldn't do anything about it. So my Bitcoin did a sharp drop off. I have some Dogecoin too from that, and there's probably another like shitcoin that I got a little bit of donation from. I wonder what the Doge is worth. It's probably a significant amount, and I haven't touched it in 10 years. I don't want Bitcoin. I just have it. Stupid. People often don't understand how it is that I've landed into streaming. And it was mostly deciding to just be poor. They don't really get that. And so they think I made a fortune off of Bitcoin or something. And that's just not the case. Not the case. When you say, Bother, how did you get into streaming? How do I do what you do? And I say, you don't. You don't. I'm a weirdo. I'm a weirdo. Okay, there's that. That's 3 of those. Now I need 3 of another and then 1 additional, I think. Doge is 0.09095. I don't know how much I had. I don't remember. And I don't know where it is. It's all, I have all of this stuff written down in a notebook, right? All of my super duper secret things that I need to keep track of in one notebook. It's so secure. It's so secure. It's so secure. But, you know, if I want to activate those codes and do the Manchurian Candidate thing, I could get that notebook and it would point me back to the places. Your wallet, it deserved a better destiny. The Bitcoin is still out there from what I understand. It still is my Bitcoin. It's just harder to track down now that whatever the thing is that I was using is closed. That's my understanding of it anyway. That's what they said in the email. That's where I got my information from. It's from the email. Let's just find one I can measure against. Redwire went really well. Let's measure against Redwire. We're going to plug these all into housing soon. It'll be much more satisfying than what I'm doing right now, but we're getting there. We've got 1 general signal from each of these. We need to get a second one from each of them, and then we need to make buttons. 2 buttons, and then we probably need 1 additional wire on that windshield wiper stalk. It's going to be a weird one. We'll measure it up in a minute, and then we'll probably have to crimp a couple more just to make up for me losing track. Me losing track of what go where. That song that I played the other day, the Apollo 440, has been stuck in my head. I have not been able to get it out of my head. I'm sitting there, I'm walking the dog, and I'm just like nodding my head like, I'm more dope than heroin, sharper than a needle. Doo-doo-doo. Sharper than a needle. I'm like, I'm going crazy. I'm just going insane because this song is insane. Bitcoin is almost half from its all-time high. Yeah, and again, this is why I just sit on it, because you hear that all the time, and it doesn't make any difference to me because I don't care. It's not real to me. It's not real money. It's not money in my pocket. I could have turned it into $20,000 at one point, which would have been really cool, except Uncle Sam would have gotten like 1/3 of it, 2/3 of it. I don't even know. I would have loved to do that, but again, that would have dropped me off of my health insurance, because then Uncle Sam says, hold on a minute, you just made a whole bunch of money. You're not poor. And then they would just take it. So it's like, I'm not in a rush to do anything with Bitcoin. One day I'll be able to do something with it. I mean, it's cute to know how much I have, because then people will look up the address that they donated to, or that's listed in the Reddit Millionaire Makers thing, and they'll send me a DM on Reddit like, hey, you should move that to another wallet, because people are gonna say stuff, and I'm like, nah, I'm fine. Nah, it's fine. I don't care. I don't need math problem money. Okay, give that a little squeeze. And maybe we can do the distance method, which is where I put my fingernail up against this and I bring it back to the center of the die. I'm gonna do the same thing over here. No, that's not gonna work. In my case, I'm stuck listening to the Australian national anthem, Land Down Under, from Men at Work. Oh, That's what I played when everybody came in here talking about blessing the rains down in Africa. I said, "Oh, I got that song," and then I played "Man Down Under." It was briefly it was a meme, right? Somehow I did that one by feel and it worked perfectly. I really wish I had more consistency in that. I really wish I had more, because that was like a perfect crimp and it only took like a minute to do. It'd probably make great electrical connection. If I could just repeat that magic, it'd be very nice. I think maybe it's when I use the wrong wire strip, and I think it stretches the rubber, and when it stretches the silicone rubber, it becomes thinner, and then I can't feel it up against that second jaw. That might be what it is. It's an interesting cause and effect. All right, let's see if we can get this one. Careful now. Way in. That's in the big one, and then it stopped. Nope, that wasn't inserted fully. Is the wire frayed? It's not. I'm gonna just straighten it out again, just in case. These are so small. I mean, this is really small wire. I'm glad we're using it for this task, but it is very small and it is very frustrating. Yeah, see there, it just went all the way through and it's now poking out the other end. See that? Jacket's poking out. So bring it back. That's gonna be terrible. Oh, okay, I'll accept that. I've accepted that before, I'll accept it again. I guess that's okay. Next. All right, once we do the green wire, we need to populate some of these so that I know what I've done and what I still need to do. Maybe I'll know what you've done. Okay, I'm gonna keep the microscope up for just a second here. Let's try this again. Are there like different versions of that song with different sets of lyrics? I know there's probably like a radio edit and stuff. Because it seems like there's a lot of potential for that to be a very talky song about all kinds of culture-y stuff. I would assume there's like tons of versions. We all just got it from Napster. That one's a little crooked, isn't it? See, it's not as cut and dry as the other types of crimps. Those overlapping flaps make it so that I don't know if I'm fully through the jacket crimp to get to the other one. The bouncy Yaris meme, no. Is that like the one with those guys in the back of the car that are getting all buffeted around? I saw one on like the German subreddit where they use that. You're crossing over into Brussels and then the roads are all crappy. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. Learned something new. Oh, no, that's all jacket. Arr. God damn it. That was all jacket. I can't accept that. That was going to be, okay. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. Just keep moving. This is crimping wire harnesses is something that I like to do, but it's not something I like doing. Nico B. Nico, my brother? Why is dealers from the music clip? That was not very Englishy. I don't know what. Huh? I try to read the words, chat, but the words are out of order. It makes me wonder if the blood clot's finally taken me brain. To a land down under. Okay, maybe that's going to be stuck in my head now, which is good because I couldn't get the other one out. No, your English is typically fine. I'm also streaming right now, and so I'll read something and it'll be confusing to me, even though it makes perfect sense if I would just slow down a little bit and read the room, read the conversation, and actually interact properly. But that's on me. That's a streamer thing. I have reread things that are shockingly competent, but I didn't understand at the time. But it's also when you put like a music artist that I don't know into the sentence, that's when it like my brain does like a little fart noise and just stops functioning. So it is not you. It is not you. I found out that one of those cool funk songs that I liked, or no, what was it? It was the song that I liked back in the day from like when I first signed up for like Spotify or whatever the free app was that would just play music back in 2010. And it was playing a lot of like LCD Sound System and stuff like that. And there was one song in there that was like this kind of cool refrain on it and everything. And apparently that had been co-opted by the conservatives, by the MAGA idiots for their memes. And it became a popular thing with that. And I'm like, looking at the YouTube comments, they're like, man, I remember when this song was cool, but I'm not an asshole. It's like, what? What happened to you, man? Like, the song used to be cool. All right, so let's get some pins into housings. Now with these housings, with the DuPont crimps, I don't have to do anything afterwards. I think they'll just click in to the housings, right? But with the JSTs often, because I'm not using a specifically JST crimp, I'll have to actually get like a pair of pliers and just squeeze them slightly because it makes kind of like an oval out of the crimp, and the housings have to fit in a square hole. So you got to kind of like circularize them just a little bit. They don't really like let go of the wire because of that. I mean, maybe they could be a little less reliable, but what you're really doing is you're pushing two curls inwards just a little bit more. So they kind of curl more and sort of fit into that slot a little better. So what are we doing first? Let's do the indicator stock. The indicator stock has 4 pins. It has a button and it has a ground. So that's nice and easy. So I'm going to do it just as I see it, just like this. And so our ground is going to be pin 10. This is a 5x5, or 5 times 2 is usually how they list it, but 5x5. There should be an arrow for pin 1. There's the arrow for pin 1. It's down there. So we're going to put this up like this. Now that'll make pin 1 into pin 2. I guess my pin numbering is not correct, so maybe I shouldn't rely on that arrow. What we'll be able to do is fill in the holes in the front here with a little UV epoxy. And then the pins that aren't used will be our indexes. So that just goes in there like that and click. Yeah, beautiful. All right, so that's a ground wire. Now we have the left and right stalks. So let's put the left, right on. We'll do green. This one also has a BC button on the end, and that'll be our 3rd wire. So actually I might need to crimp a white one for this. Crimp me up a white one. All right, let's see. That goes in like this. You do it so that the little hook is facing outwards and go all the way down until it clicks into place. And then that holds on to everybody nicely. Beauty. 2 wires. 2 whole wires. My God, the technology at play. Maybe yellow could be for buttons. Yellow could be for buttons. And that'll leave white for the other side of our binary signal. Or we could use yellow and something else for that. And then this one would have to be white. Or the buttons would be on the white wires. Because I've got 2 buttons that I have to deal with. Let's make two white crimps now that we've made that decision. See what I mean about moving over to the housing and that suddenly organizes us enough? Just because I get my head back. Why did I make a yellow wire? If white is the buttons, then the yellow and... Hold on a sec. This is the LED. So, hold on. No, I lost my brain again. I lost it. I don't know where it is. Let's get another 5x5. I can't get in there. There we go. Okay, I got it. Another 5x5, and then a 5-pin. We were going to tape 2 5-pins together to make this thing, but all right, so pin 1 on this is there. So we're doing it like this. And then pin 1 is ground. Now this one does not have a blanked out pin. I guess I could have cut it when we were working on it. What up, Poopsie Doodle? How you doing? Saw a brain floating down the gutter on the way in. Oh, you should have saved it. Oh well. The middle pin is our LED. Oh, it didn't want to go in very well. All right, so that's our LED, and then we've got blue and green. So those will just be the signals. So we'll just put blue on the top here for down and up. And I can't, when the wire is not very good at allowing you to push it in. So having a pin tool is really helpful with this stuff. So you can kind of just coax that metal down. You want to push it by the metal, not by anything else. And then we have our other analog direction here on this stalk, which is for the steering wheel adjustment. And that one goes down here. This is going to be one of those things that I set up so well. When I have to look at it again, I will have forgotten absolutely everything about it. That's this one here. And that one plugs in like this. The first time it plugs in, it's going to be kind of rough because you've got those wire strands that are sort of infiltrating the area where the pin needs to go. So that action right there is what kind of pushed it back. When you unplug it, do not pull it by the wire. You can get away with pulling it by the wire sometimes, but on that initial plug in and unplug, you're going to be dealing with the highest amount of forces on all these things. So just to get all the metal in position, you want to definitely grab it by the plastic housing. I've had times where I've had totally reliable wiring harnesses and I pulled it by the wires thinking I was awesome, and then it just blew up. it just dropped all its wires. All right, so there's that one. This one we were working on for the indicator stock, and so we were making one alternative color, and I think maybe the yellow should go towards the 1-0 thing over here. So we have a button color, which is white. So I need 2 of these. Two more crimps, and then I think, well, then we have the other end. Then we have the other end to do. We're making pretty good progress, though. This is what it takes. It takes a little bit to get all these wires together. You know, what this will be is a system that I can immediately transplant onto the actual frame once it's all said and done. And then it'll be really fun to get a bench test going of all of the components speaking CAN bus. The OpenFFB stuff I haven't looked too far into yet. I'm wondering about that, doing the Granite Devices hardware with the OpenFFB software. You know how confident I am? 2 crimps I'm taking off of the stock. 2, only 2. That's all I need. Oh, there's a third over here too, in case I need it. There's an extra. My favorite thing is when not all the tiny little spring clips aren't fully seated into the connector housing, and they shave a nice little ramp on the way out, so the housing holds a pin securely. Oh, so the housing never holds it securely ever again. Oh, I've only had that happen a little bit. The worst instance of that is when the housing just breaks because the keyway is too strong. Or, you know, sometimes your keyway is just a little piece of plastic like that, and it'll just pop off. Oh, it's the worst. There are all kinds of designs to mitigate that kind of behavior, but they're more expensive, so they're never used. Everything would be aircraft-style connectors if we could all afford it. Actually, the most shocking thing was that Mitsubishi housing, the servo motor housing, on the back had a specialty circular connector, and it was this really advanced thing with all these different fasteners and stuff like that. turns out you can just buy a kit for that connector, and it was just widely available. So I just bought that connector kit, and we were able to continue to use the very nice, easy to use, big industrial connector that was originally on the Mitsubishi Mel Servo. And it is a really cool connector. Basically, you, what the fuck? Wait, I thought I was crimping something. What the? What? Huh? Okay, Chad, I could have sworn there was a crimp in there. What the hell? I must have like pushed it out. It was a interesting connector because it like the top collar moved just a little bit over. You like twist it and it like locks into this metal stuff. Is that acceptable? I don't know if this one is acceptable. I'm getting so distracted talking to Poopsie Doodle. Okay, well, it passes the slight pull test, and I see a little bit of the crimp in there, so I guess it's okay. It is not ideal. It is not what I would like to have, but it's what I'm going to accept because I'm not going to spend all of my life crimping. I just want to get this last one done, and I can show that cable. It was a nice little like connector kit that I just, was able to buy pretty cheaply at the time. Looks like it started to crimp and then fell out. That's what happened to it. I'm not going to use that one. Ooh, it's getting cold in the shop. Door to the basement's closed. Usually the heat's on really heavy in this household and I can't help it. I'm not the only one setting the temperature. Otherwise, I would be cooling myself a little bit. Ow, I just caught my finger on that. Okay, I didn't hurt it. I hurt my finger, but I didn't hurt this. So this place is set high. It's hot down here. This is where the air handler is and everything. It's just in the other part of the basement. And so this room, when we put it in, was insulated pretty heavily. So I am just sweating down here. So I'll open the window a little bit, and now I'm both hot and cold because I've got cold air blowing on me, but my front side is hot. It's very weird. That was a perfect crimp. Did I really hurt myself? No, no blood. Okay, good. Okay, cool. So that's for buttons. White wires for buttons. So then this one has the button up here. Oops. And then the blue wire is for the other... Oh, phew. I thought I forgot to crimp this one. Is for the other high-low resistors. Up-down resistors, rather. Watch that documentary, Sisters with Resistors. Pretty cool. Just about the early days of electronic music and how they put together the tapes, cutting tapes, speeding them up, slowing them down, all that stuff in order to make music. Why is that not going all the way in? Ugh, I need a better pin tool. I thought I'd get away with that one, but nope. Oh, this one is gnarly. Ooh. What were you doing with that? Unsanctioned things for sure. Everybody's in. Wait a minute. Yeah, everybody's seated. Cool. All right. I guess that seated itself when I wasn't looking. All right, so that's our wiper stock, and then we need to get a little UV epoxy, and we'll blank out the ones we don't need. Sounds like you need a damper with an actuator and a thermostat for your workshop vent. Yeah, probably. I was going to put I have this like 12-volt linear strut somewhere around here. I was going to put that on the window. I just can't think of what the design's going to look like, how to make it compact enough. It's very strange. On this connector, the windshield washer is 2 different connections. So how do we do that one? That one was where pin 1 was to the upper right. Pin 1's over here. So I'm going to do the same thing for this stock. Pin 1 is actually what I've labeled as pin 2. So that's like that. And then we've got the windshield washer is on that one. So this one is the washer button. I'm guessing that the other wire, well, no, because it would go through a resistor, wouldn't it? For the forward and the back action. But it goes to both terminals, which is weird. Because there would be the rear windshield wiper thing on that stock. Okay, so then what are we doing with, those are blue and green. So this thing is going to be blue. Oh, okay, running into problems. Guess the blue crimps are not quite round, huh? Go. Ground is going to be this one. I'm working off of notes right now. That's why I seem to know all the answers. I'm going to slip and cut myself. It's not a when, or no, it's not a if, it's a when. I only have one. Oh, no, I only have one. Huh. We were off by one. Dun, dun, dun. So these are for the binary ends of the stock. Wait, yellow was... Okay, there we go. I have two, yeah. Should probably use, like, red or something. Yeah, okay. It'll just be white and... Oh, but white's already coming off of... Oh, no, I've already got... Yeah, green and yellow will be the two colors of the sort of binary selector. Selector. Jungle is massive. It's very big. There you go. And then the other one goes here. Oh. Jeez. I don't know why I was trusted to do the electrical things that I've been trusted to do famously if I'm so absent-minded with this. All right, so now we got to blank off the different positions. In programming, the hardest thing is naming. In electronics, the hardest thing is colors. It's true. They have little, like, pins. I've seen them before. They're little plastic pins that you can insert into the connector housing to block off pins. I don't think I have any of those. Have I? I'm trying to think historically, do I have anything like that? Would I put it in the, like the surface mount stuff in those bins? I don't think so. It's such a specialized thing, and I've only seen it in certain places. I don't know where I would have saved. I would have saved some of those if I ran into them too. But I think maybe they belonged to somebody else, so I didn't. So I didn't steal them. Yeah, I think that may be it. In most of the electronic control systems I work on, all the wires are the same color with a faint number printed on them. That's actually, yeah, for my label maker, they have a shrink wrap sleeve kit. So if I was building this system in a way that I would be able to sustainably go into it and change things without getting frustrated at myself or having to use a multimeter, I would use those sleeves and just label everything and shrink wrap it. But this isn't like a real car, so I think I think doing it this way is okay. Oh yeah, the nozzle of my glue gun is not going to be small enough for that. Yeah, that would need a specialized glue gun. My legs are freezing off. Hold on one sec. I gotta close this window a little bit. It's not as cold here anymore. I think all the snow is slowly starting to melt, but okay, there we go. Now the rest of the system can catch up. Yeah, I don't think I would have held on to anything like that. Could use that's a little extra if you do it that way. I could use grub screws. I have a kit of grub screws. I don't think they get small enough. I just want to check. For me, just for comedy's purposes. I mean, if I could do grub screws, that would kind of be great. I could probably also just use overcut 3D printer filament. That would actually work too. Just use the 3D printer filament that didn't work out. Maybe I don't know where that grub screw kit is. I also have glasses screws. I wonder if there would be a glasses screw that could fit the bill. That's the E-clip kit. Here's the grub screws. I know we did that stream where I said grub screw about a quarter of a billion. Ow! Why did I just hurt my bicep doing that? I sort of dropped and then caught a set of screws, and I think it threw my threw my bicep like in a weird way. No, it's because my insulin pump's right there. Ow! Man, what was that? I'm getting like sports injuries from my own shop. I was gonna say stretch some filament until it's thin enough to fit, then stick it in and melt it in place. That wouldn't be a bad one. It's a little extra, but it's a lot of work. Nah, these aren't small enough. These just are not small enough. Yeah, I can't believe I have a kit of grub screws. This one isn't even, wait, what is this? Ow, my arm. Why did I get a sports injury from my own stream? What the look at this. It's just like my brain. Anybody need a hex insert? What the hell? I got a smooth one with all the others. Does that mean that they're actually like put through a die at the factory? That's crazy. Like DYE and in the sense like a tap and die. So they actually run this through some kind of a die process. And that one just didn't get it. Weird. Made it all the way through, huh? Yeah, oh yeah, it would be like a roll threader, you're right. We have a video of that as one of my backgrounds for technical difficulties. I guess the way that I'm going to do it is just with a syringe of UV epoxy. Just a syringe of ultraviolet epoxy, and I'll put a little tiny tip on it, and we'll get my ultraviolet light, which is way stronger than it needs to be. Get the blue out here. This bin feels weird. It's because it's coated in weird chemicals and glues. Not to be pedantic, but that's not a screw. You're not a screw either. I could have made a more clever joke there if I spent more time on it, but I just didn't spend any time on it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. So there's UV glue. Now, if I have a syringe full of UV glue, it probably is no longer liquid. Oh, that seems to be liquid. I don't know what liquid that is, but this speaks to me. It says, I'm UV glue. Oh, this is really expensive grease that Degen, ADH Degenerate, he does actual wood burning on Twitch. His stream starts so late, I've never been able to raid into him. But he's a friend of mine, but he was after me about getting the right kind of grease for crush seals, for rubber O-ring seals that are crushed. Use a particular kind of grease on it that's really expensive. So I bought one I bought it to humor him, even though nothing we do here needs expensive designer engineering greases. I never had an opportunity to use it. I don't know what to do with that stuff. It was in the, oh, that's where my green laser is. Oh, I moved it. Oh, I've been looking for that. I was looking for that the other day. I wanted to do something with optics. Okay, massive UV light. And then I just want to get like a piece of paper. I need to transfer those notes to electronic, huh? Okay, I'll scrap a piece of paper over here and just test a little dollop of this stuff. And then put this somewhere away. And this too, somewhere UV's not going to hit. And then hit it with that ultraviolet. This really does not feel like it's as bright. This is like warning label levels of brightness of ultraviolet, and I'm just not seeing it. Yep, see, it's exothermic. Get it nice and warm on the thermals. That means that we did find the ultraviolet glue. So I've still got a little partial syringe. I'm going to be running out of these soon. I'm probably going to have to order from Amazon probably a bunch of BD syringes because I love these. They have a lure lock on the front. Luer lock is your key to all kinds of different appliance and medical hosing. It's just a twist lock that makes a nice seal for liquids. It's really good for glue, hobby purpose glue, and the weird stuff that we got to squirt on things. I have one of these that's filled with dielectric grease for greasing stuff up. And you can get plastic tips that are not sharp. And the non-sharp tips are, so you don't poke a needle into yourself. I also have metal tips that are cut flat on the end. And all this stuff is so super cheap because it's used everywhere. So ultraviolet glue, this is now a solid little piece of plastic. So what we'll do is we'll squirt some of this in the holes and then we'll get it hard. Yeah, all right, let's start working here. Working here. All right, let's move some of this stuff out of the way so I don't get greasy glue all over everything. All over all that I love. This one does not get a hole. It should, and I probably should have cut the lead from it so it would only plug in one way. But I guess it's not going to be a disaster if it plugs in the wrong way. So this one goes fully over here. These are the ones we need to blank out. And I guess what I'm going to have to do is just look at the back and then look at the front. And let me double check on these just to make sure. Was that supposed to get a pin? Hold on. It's crossways. Okay, I'm going to double check before I commit. So this one is the indicator stock. So it gets these two and then those two. Yep, that's correct. Yeah, and then this one, well, we'll check it over later. Let's just blank out the ones on this one. So basically, if I grab, wait, which one are we? Okay, we're that one. This all the way down this row. So I can only keep track of this in my head. And then that one, and then skip, and then this one. Yeah. I'll probably have to run these over a file. So try to UV it away from its buddy. I don't want to harden the syringe. Hose, you pervert. Not hose. Actually, I probably don't have to do anything additional to this once the glue sets. How does it look? Is everybody activating? A little bit. Because it's fine if it doesn't plug in all the way. If it just butts up against this stuff a little bit, that's not a big deal. Because there's nothing there. Okay, put that one there. We'll test it out in a minute. And we get this one. Now there is an additional pin that's installed, but I don't have a wire for it. So in this case, this one plugs in like this. I'm looking at my notes right now. And so these two need to be open. So this one needs to be open, but then the two below that can get filled in. So that would be this one. That one. I only need to just push my finger on the end of this thing to get it to go solid. And then this one filled in, double check, yes, okay. And then skip, and then the one below it. You gotta like pull back on the syringe to get it to stop leaking. There we go. Whiteout pen, dot on the connector, dot on the device. I was thinking about that. I might do that. I do have a white pen specifically for that. Look at that activating. Woo! A little bit of heat. Can't really feel it. The thermal camera picks it up really nicely. Yeah, with this one, what I can do is just grab, I'd prefer to have the blanked out pin, but I don't really want to open this thing up again. So I can literally just do the old classic with a dot on ground. Give it a dot. Oh, I can't see that. This pen is not very good. That dot's going to rub off like immediately. That is not going to work. All right, whatever. Sticker would be better. Okay, so now these will only plug in to where they're supposed to. I need to figure out where they're going to. What's my controller going to look like? Because they'll be going into a little PCB. I don't know where that's going to be located. I may have to cut these at a later date. For now, I guess they can go into the breadboard. So technically, I could do male DuPonts on the ends of this. I would rather do the female ones in case that's what they plug into. But I guess if we're doing everything DB connector, that or I could just do like 2x6s, because it's like, I want each of the grounds to come back to the controller individually. But I was thinking like how many connectors could I put this on? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a 5x2 connector for both of my side stocks. And then I've got 4 more for this. 12. That would 10. And now 11, 12, 13, 14. So I need a 14 pin. I got 2x6. So that's not going to do it. Here, let me put, I'm going to put some stuff on the, well, actually, first let's get, should they be individuals or should they be, think. I guess I'll wrap them first and then we can crimp the ends. So let me get some wrap that's small enough for this stuff. It should be the wrap that we got the other day. It was the right size. I don't know what happened to the wrap. This is why you don't put stuff away, all right? But I put stuff away. I ruined myself by putting stuff away. Let me go get stuff from the stuff bin. That's not what I was looking for. All the way back here. This stuff. These might be good. A big piece of loose wrap. I'm just looking around to see if I threw a container of the wrap. Because this stuff is... Yeah, I probably want a different... I want the smaller spiral wrap that I have. Not this stuff. Close to that, though. Where is it, though? I've got 2 pieces of loose wrap here. There was the 1 bag of wrap. Now, let me get this back into the location where it belongs so I don't lose it. And it's stuck on everything. Okay, there we go. Oh, and I'll get the grub screws back where they belong. I'm putting things away. I'm being responsible. It hurts. Don't see my small wrap anywhere. Okay, back over to here. So, oh wait, is it right there? No, okay. I don't know where anything is. I gotta clean up this area. This is out of control over here. It scares me. That's larger wrap. What happened to my tiny stuff? I think sometimes just get thrown away. And not thrown away, I mean thrown back into a location. So as long as it's out of sight, it's out of mind. And then that causes issues like what I'm having here, where I can't find my wonderful spiral wrap that I want to use. Oh my God, that's the 100-volt emote thrower. I'm gonna get back to that one. That was a fun one. Didn't really work out. The solenoid didn't throw hard enough. So I need to either do something mechanical with it or come up with a different scheme. Something using a spring. I don't know. I don't know which one I'm gonna prefer. This is that fascinating connector that I wanted to show off. All right, so if anything, I'm going to use this stuff. It's going to be a little big, but that means it'll be flexible. Because I can't find my small spiral wrap. It ended up somewhere. It ended up in a thing resembling a bin. And the location of the bin is a state secret. Camera, please work with me. All right, back over here. We're back. I'm looking around the top shelf to see if it's up there. Nope. Big thing of shrink wrap, but I don't need that. So the fascinating connector is this one, and it's got tons and tons of little digital pins on the end. But the way you put it in, it literally just has this spring-loaded collar that goes just to the side a little bit, but then it's got all these locking structures here and all of the strain relief structures. And I actually put a little piece of spring on it in order to make sure that it was totally strain relieved. Because again, this is something that was going to be plugged and unplugged constantly. So you got springs as strain relief on both ends. That's a Canon connector. Those are the ones I mentioned somewhere up there. Okay, so I was wondering if Canon, you meant like the camera, because I know cameras have some pretty crazy connectors on them too. That aren't that connector, because that connector is specific to Mitsubishi, and you can buy a new cable and it's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars for a new cable with the two connectors. I was like, oh, that's not going to happen. And then I found the kit somewhere. I don't know who was selling it, but it was just a kit to replace the end connector, which was perfect because everything was like solder cups. Somewhere or other I have the pinout for that, and that's going to be something that I'm definitely going to have to look up in the future to hook up, because we're going to have to redo the control box. All right, so what are we looking at here? Turn signal, which means that's this one. Yep. Okay, so I should only be able to plug it in like this. Like this. Like this. Hold on. I can't see anything. The color contrast is so heavy. When you've got a lot of light for the webcams, it's like shadows just delete things out of existence. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. I could use a slightly smaller housing on this thing because that connector goes all the way to the end and I don't like that. But it connected to all of the pins that we wanted it to. Chalk that up as a success. And then this one, once we get these wrapped, they'll be a little bit easier to work with. With ground on the bottom, that should only fit in like this. Uh-oh. I think I'm off. Index issue. Yeah, the only problem with using the UV glue is that it's not a very flat surface, so it'll kind of start to plug in and then fight back. There we go. That was just a little bit of a struggle because it was the first time these ever plugged in. My dog has learned English. She knows English, I swear. When the Amazon lady goes, motion detected at the front door. If I say that phrase, she'll start barking. I use those connectors every day. Bosch, Rex, Roth, PLC, and VFDs use all Canon connectors for the giant CNC machine stuff. Fascinating. That's really cool. It must be a pretty reliable connector, and since those work in a super noisy environment, like, you know, a CNC mill with big motors moving around, they should be pretty impressive. Your motors are very impressive. You should be proud. Sorry. Like, is this Star Wars? I'm quoting Star Wars. Man, it is fascinating what's happened to the reputation of Star Wars over, I don't know, forever. Because it used to be that silly movie with the puppets and the spaceships. For me, anyway, I wasn't like a big Star Wars fan. And then it became like a religion for nerds. And then, I guess, corporate doctored their reputation somehow and refurbished it with kids as like nostalgia. And then it was an IP for making interesting space shows, and some of them were really good and some of them were not so good and some of them were fine. Just fine. And now everybody's tired of it. So it's like crazy. Our dog somehow got trained that when I get up from my desk, she'll bark. What? I don't usually get up from my desk during the day unless someone's at the door. Oh, so she just immediately thinks that someone is there. Oh, no. Yeah, the problem with smart dogs like corgis is that you can accidentally train them in all kinds of ways that you didn't expect. So you got to be like really consistent with the stuff. The commands I use have to be really consistent. I still have trouble getting her to recall in certain situations, and I've been working on that because I'm off leash with the dog a lot. She still wears her harness and her leash, but I let her wander around. I prefer it that way because she likes to poke around and do dog stuff, play with friends and all that. But I need to make sure that she doesn't because this dog will want to get out in front of a car. Like, are you serious? You want to just walk in front of this car? Can I get you to not do that? But she'll just like wander. And the other part that we've accidentally trained her on is that the mail lady, the lady who delivers her mail, will give her a bone. Because, mailmen have that kind of thing, right? They keep dog bones with them to deal with dogs, because dogs can be quite an obstacle for somebody who's showing up in your neighborhood trying to deliver stuff. Dogs really don't like, some dogs really don't like visitors. Our dog flirts with visitors, but that's a different story. But anyway, they have stuff like dog bones. And so she'll give the dog a bone, which has trained her, and it's trained her to go to white vans. It's the opposite of the taking candy from a guy in a van. She will go to white vans and mail trucks. And so if we ever lose the dog, I am simply going to go to the post office and she will probably be waiting there. Well, who have accidentally trained her in the sound of spray whipped cream? Oh yes, that is actually the number one way to get my dog to recall, is if you had a can of whipped cream, spray whipped cream, and you made the noise, because she will just come charging in for that. But yeah, the white van thing is like crazy. She'll see any old work truck, any old work van, and if it's white, she will run right for it. I mean, it's not what I should have the dog trained to do, but you don't get to choose, I guess. Oh, just the cap. Dogs are weirdly observant, aren't they? I mean, I guess that's going to be pretty flexible. It's not like it has to be. Yeah, white vans only deal with children, so she should be safe. God. The sound of whipped cream is the best way to get my attention, too. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So, am I harnessing these up to their own? I guess they'll have their own individual connectors, because this one is a 4-pin, and we can put that one on a 4-pin. We can put this one on a 4-pin, and then this one gets a 5-pin. And we'll just do it that way. For now. I mean, that's just for now. So this one gets a 5er. These two get 4s. Logically, it would be probably better for me to wire them all up to one big connector, and then I could just go from there. But I don't have a big DuPont connector. I've seen them. I've seen them. I know they exist. I don't know where I might have one. Probably in the drone bin. Actually, wait a sec. Let's just look before we... Well, actually, let me finish spiral wrapping these things before I'm getting so distracted. Where's the second? There it is. Do. Fat adult problems. It's true. Super advanced way to do it. When you have, when your spiral wrap isn't putting pressure on the wires, which I don't think it should. I think doing it properly means the wires should be probably, I think, loose inside the spiral wrap. But anyway, you can just twist the spiral wrap and it'll kind of install itself. Probably violates some kind of a code. Generally what I do is I do the little roll where you kind of open it up and put it around the wire. going for more coffee. Man, I could use some coffee. I did chili this morning. I got that already, and that's in the crock pot and cooking. But the poblanos that I cut were a little too spicy. I don't know what it is with poblanos. Like, generally they should have no heat. They should be like a bell pepper. But these poblanos were infused with pure evil. And so I didn't know that, and I cut both of the poblanos, because chili is a whole bunch of stuff that you've cut into roughly the same size in tomato sauce. And so I was working to do all my chopping things, get everything chopped up and roughly the same size cuts. And I touched my eye, and it was the worst pain from a pepper that I've experienced in a long time. I mean, I've dealt with like habaneros and stuff. I put habaneros in the blender and maced myself with those. These were just mean. They were just angry peppers. They're just not nice. They weren't nice. I guess because people were saying in the Discord, people were saying, that sometimes happens. You just get a really mean poblano. I think I've ever seen you drink coffee on stream. Yeah, I haven't. I'm not totally addicted to coffee. I have an iced coffee in the morning, and then I go about my day. There's going to be a lot of stuff like this on the sim, is spiral wrapped things. I think what I want to do is put a panel like directly to the sides of the wheels. I want to have little panels that are essentially modular synthesizer rails in the Maker Beam. And that way I will have sort of a standardized panel that I can use to put all the buttons and stuff on. Whatever buttons I feel, are necessary on the setup. And I'll probably want something like a screen, and then what else? Like a screen, an emergency stop button, stuff like that. Like I'll be able to put it on those sort of modular-y looking panels. You should make a machine that'll make this work automatic. It probably exists, and it's probably way too expensive for me. We do a lot of this kind of like many wires going into a place thing, and there absolutely are machines that'll do this. Gotta be careful that doesn't. I'm gonna actually unfurl it a little bit so that it's pinching the wires. Random diabetes question. I know sugar is bad. What about aspartame? Aspartame got a bad rap from medical testing of it. It says, not for use for diabetes, and there was like a ban on aspartame, and diabetics would actually smuggle it into the country for a little while. We're going to need all these tools again in just a minute. It turns out the hoses they were using to feed the rats, because they would feed rats like 10,000% of the daily intake of aspartame, like what is supposed to be intaked, and they found the precursor cells to cancer. And so they said, nope, no more aspartame. It is not safe. Do not use it. You can't have it. And it turns out the tubes that they were feeding the rats with were known to cause those pre-cancer cells to form. And so it's unbanned, but it's had a bad rap ever since then. Aspartame is totally fine unless you're having like your body weight in aspartame daily, which there are some freaks. There are some absolute freaks out there, you guys. There are some people are freaks. They are freaks. But I don't see anybody but an extreme outlier consuming that amount of aspartame. It's fine. So there's a whole history behind it, and there was a whole underground for getting aspartame. Splenda is just like some weird concoction that's made of like, what is it? Like bleach and something else that if you mix it has kind of a sweet flavor and it's not harmful. I have plenty of things with Splenda in them. It's just that artificial sweeteners always had sort of this thing where, yeah, and I think it's attitudes of people. It's the same thing that same people that are disparaging about Ozempic usage. They say, "Oh, that's just Ozempic. I think people should have to suffer in order to lose weight." Same thing with diabetes. They say like, "Oh, to consume sugar, you should have to suffer." So all of the sweeteners have gotten a bad rap because aspartame had rumors of it, and I think it just plays into the attitude of some of these unsufferable people, insufferable, sorry, these hard to suffer people that seem to think that like it's less valid if you lost the weight by taking a drug that fixes your response to hunger. Because it does fix your response, well, changes, I won't say fix, but it changes your hunger response to be more like a normal person's. So you stay full and your whole biological whatever structure around food, whole attitude around food changes. I've heard of people treating ADHD with Ozempic. So, you know, the body is a big bag full of chemicals, and those chemicals represent signals, and they can go all kinds of crazy. So, yeah, for me, you know, ADHD, weight issues, diabetes, I take the Ozempic. I stop eating so much. Helps me lose weight. I can get my insulin sensitivity back, and then there's no longer the spiral of your glucose levels are high, take more insulin. Take more insulin, that changes your attitude towards hunger. It makes you feel like you need more, and then your glucose levels go up. Then you get higher basal rates, so now you have more insulin coming into your body. It's a complicated spiral, but it's a spiral. And so as soon as these GLP-1s came out, my doctor was like, well, let's try them. And so I tried one of the early ones. It was Victoza. There was another one before that we tried, but injected this stuff, and all of a sudden broke the spiral. Basal rates down, insulin down, food intake down, weight starting to go down. I've lost about 10 pounds. It's been about 5 Ozempic syringes, 6, I think, which represents like, I think it's 6 months, because it's every 3 per, and it's each one is a weekly dose. So, but it's working. It's working slowly. I can only use real sugar or no sugar. Oh, there's a thing behind that. Huh. I've not heard of that. The real way that we broke the spiral last time, and this was with a different endocrinologist. This is when I was, hold on, I'm burping. Sorry, it's a terrible chicken salad for lunch. It was not good. I needed to get some food in me before streaming, but with my old endocrinologist, this is before they had the ADA recommendation behind testosterone, because I have a high red blood cell count. That's a totally different thing. But I was able to be on testosterone for a little while, and he had this weird product that was like this physical thing that was like, it was like this whole system that he used in order to insert pellets under the skin. And those pellets would eventually be dissolved by the body and deliver testosterone. And so I was on that for like a little while. It was like maybe a couple of years. And I like lost all the weight. I was sleeping at night perfectly fine. You know, I'd crash at night, and then I'd wake up in the morning and yes, let's hit the day. Yeah, let's go. Let's do stuff. Instead of like, I wake up now and it's like an internal thunderstorm. But anyway, yeah, I was waking, I was sleeping, I was biking. I did 3 bike sessions a week of about an hour on the trainer, and I lost all the weight, and I was like doing really well. And then I fucking got fired and lost my health insurance and moved back home and blah, 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 blah. And everything kind of spiraled, and I'm now a blob again. I hate it. Is the testosterone also responsible for the beard? No, I grew the beard on my own. That was me. Come on now. Actually, it was when I was off of it that I grew the beard. So yeah. The one thing was, and again, I wasn't taking it to like get juiced, right? I wasn't juicing up on testosterone. I was getting a normal level of the stuff. Just a normal level of the stuff. Like everybody else has but me, right? But I did notice that it was very easy to get mad at stuff. I would drop a part off of my desk, like I'd be trying to put a resistor into something, and it would fall off the desk, and I would just go, ooh. And I'm like, why did I get so mad at that? Like, I've got a pile of the things right here. So there's a little push-pull, but it's, again, like, I'm not trying to become Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't have a whole science lab figuring out exactly what chemicals to put into my body to make me this weird muscular overture of a person. No, it was just like, here's what everybody else has. And I was like, whoa, what a difference. Did you also do the wall punch? No, I'm not a Kyle. I did not punch the wall. If I really wanted to be extra about these wires, because we got to do a little bit more crimping before we're done, I could put them into the housings and then cut them while they're in the housing, just cut across the back of the housing, and that would make them all the appropriate length so that when the spiral wrap got all the way up to them, they could fan out properly without having like a little loose section. But I don't think that's really going to be necessary with this stuff. I don't think we got to go that far. Anyway, yeah, okay. So these are the important lengths, and these are the ones that are important that I get them right. If they're off by a little bit, they're loose in the spiral wrap, so they'll be okay. Plenty good, plenty good. Get a couple of these guys going. I'm putting them to these connectors because I guess eventually I'm probably going to make a circuit board that'll handle all of these. We'll have to figure out what microcontroller we want to use. Probably want to use, I mean, obviously some flavor of Arduino, but the question is if I want to use like a Pico Pi, or if I want to use up more of these Pro Minis that I got sitting around. I would like it to be advanced, but it's not going to be wireless. Not wireless. I'm not using any wireless microcontrollers on this thing. I've got enough wireless stuff plaguing my shop. I am my personal, the organs that run my body are wireless. They are contained within my phone and a couple patches on my body, and they are responsible for delivering me unto insulin. And so I don't want to have more IP addresses and wireless things sitting around. So we're going to keep this thing offline, and it's going to send data back to my server that I can then sell to the highest bidder. I thought this was a professional stream. All right, you know, I focus my cameras. I give you that. 112 wireless devices in my house. See, at that point, I would be spooling up my own router just for the wireless things, and that's probably the plan. The router that I have sitting over there, the Asus router, maybe one day I'll upgrade it and, I don't know, make my own router, and I can use the dumpy old one as the Internet of Things thing. That way I don't really need that many static IP addresses, although it's probably good to have them. Gonad was telling me you could do your own routing so that you could just call it Ass Biscuit and just type that into the browser and it'll get you to the right. Ooh, first try. Or not. Hold on. I guess I'll accept that. Not a great first try, but it was okay. 3 different networks, ours, kids, and the Internet of Things. That's a clever way to do it. That's a good way to do it. Mine is all on the one router, but it's only my stuff. It's not like household things. And I only run the Tasmota devices down here, and for the plants if necessary. But I'm hoping that my Node-RED idea for this sim setup is going to play out, because I think it's fascinating, and it'll be really nice to be able to just have local control of what everything is connected to. If it doesn't work out, I'm going to have to look into projects like the audio engine for the Teensy microcontrollers, where Paul Stoffrigan has kind of a Node-RED-ish setup that outputs code that you put on the microcontroller. So if necessary, I may find myself doing something like that. I think I succeeded. Yeah, I don't see silicon on the very end. I think this thing is crimping too hard for this size. Probably need to turn it down a little bit. I run a Unify system in my house, 5 APs. I was thinking of looking into that. It would be a couple $1,000 for me to upgrade, though, having all of the systems be on. But then my cameras wouldn't be sending data to Jeff Bezos, so that he could. I was going to say something inappropriate. I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say that. No. They don't need to hear that from your brother. That's your boss. How could you say something like that? You're right, you're right, you're right. Everybody loves their boss. You're right, you're right. Life is better with a hardware firewall that blocks things like TikTok and YouTube shorts. Anything that makes me drool and lose brain cells gets blocked. That's a good policy. Unify is 100% worth it. But then, and I could also have like a GIF on the doorbell, so I could do like, I could do PopCat for people ringing the doorbell. I haven't upgraded cameras yet. Need to, since Google will likely discontinue them, waiting on Unify to release their smoke. I think maybe we're talking about, no, I think I'm still talking about Unify. It was the guys from Apple that got together and made sort of small business and home networking solutions. And they look pretty cool. They look pretty stinking useful. But the cost of entry is pretty steep for me. All right, I'm accepting that. That was a decent enough crimp. Unify cameras is smoke and smoke detector sound detection, huh? But they're all for on a local server, right? Sorry, I'm stuttering over my words here. All right, so in this connector, pin 1 is over here. I'm going to make pin 1 ground. Oop. And then I slip and it goes into pin 2. And we're forever locked in. I need my push tool. Where did it go? There it is. The jankiest pin tool I have. Did I miss Madam You resubscribing? No, it's 3 hours ago. I think I got it. It was like 1 billion. Okay, so the pins on this one, I guess I'm going to do in number order. Well, green, blue, white. It's going to get turbo confusing when I start hooking these up. I am just going to be confused permanently. We'll get through it though, because these are just switches on the other end, so they can handle mismatches and all kinds of weird stuff. And since they all are in relation to ground, all we have to do is declare input pull-up on the pin. I think we can then still get an analog reading. I think. I was thinking about all kinds of solutions. I was going to go through that massive circuit book to see if we could change the analogs into digital somehow. And I guess you could do it through biasing BJTs or something like that. You would have like a FET that you would have biased. And so when that switches, it would switch a pin to ground, and then that could go to a digital pin. And then on the other biases, it wouldn't be switched. I don't know exactly how you do that. There's a way. There's a way. There's always a way. No, I'm not. Oh yes, I am. I put it on the wrong header. I put it on the wrong header. I meant to load them up. Sure, let's go with the keyway idea. Yeah, that's what I did. What happened to the rest of the last stream? Oh, it was only on Twitch. I was able to bounce back up. I'm sorry, Kavorka. The YouTube never got the archive. It's because I had a power outage and it messed everything up. I had to go through and reboot all of my Tasmota devices and stuff by flipping the breakers. I need to put a rule on the Tasmota devices where if they can't ping my router, I'll have them ping the router every 5 minutes. And if they can't do that, then they'll jump. They'll turn off their Wi-Fi and turn it back on. So I apologize, YouTubers. Last stream, a power outage took everything out. If you were on Discord, you would know about all the bitching that I did. I don't want to pull these back out of this header. Oh, this is an incredible pain in the ass. This header only exists so that I can put these things on a breadboard using more jumpers. So I'm not going to unplug that one right now. I'm going to use another 5-pin. What a pain in the butt. And then what I was supposed to do between streams was... What I was supposed to do between streams was this. I was supposed to do all this wiring, in between streams. But instead, I discovered that in the grand scheme of things, my brewing table had generations of dust and grime and dead spiders and all kinds of stuff around it. And so I did a bunch of vacuuming and I did a bunch of furniture moving so that the Sims setup can now sit there, which is good because that's near my main computer. Now, when I do have somebody like Julian over who would want to play music on that table, I can either accommodate him with a folding table or I can do the furniture swap again. I don't really want to do the furniture swap. Who are you talking to, YouTubers? You saw it. You saw it up on your screen, unless you're audio only, which I doubt. But right there is where Kavorka Designs is saying, hey man, what's up? Why did your stream abruptly end in the middle of a sentence? And that's because we had a power surge and it took out a bunch of stuff. It even took out our furnace, which it didn't actually take out the furnace. We thought that was what happened. We thought our furnace exploded because of the power surge. Turns out the little humidifier water catch had a safety system on it, has a safety system on it, wherein if it fills up with water and the pump is unable to pump anything away, it turns off your whole thermostat and you don't get heat. So God forbid this thing would function and deliver dry heat. And it's all to prevent flooding. It turns itself off to prevent flooding. But it's super duper duper inconvenient in the middle of a cold wave for that thing to suddenly kick out. But now I know how to troubleshoot it. We had the not emergency, but I mean they came immediately. We have decent plumbers here, so we had a plumber come over and he cleaned out the line, which was filled with crap. Apparently, we're missing a tube that you're supposed to put bleach in, and the tube with bleach in it is to prevent builds up like a huge buildup of bacteria that we had in our basement. Because this thing, the whole handler is not that old. This is all warranty stuff that we're getting done. You know why the board is called the breadboard? Because it tastes like bread. You know, there's an actual answer to that. I'm not gonna tell you. No, there's an actual answer to why it's called breadboard. It's because cutting boards used to be a lot more common, and they don't conduct electricity, and so cutting boards were perfect for when you had big light bulbs and stuff that would screw into a base. So you need, fuck, this one fucked up. You need some kind of a base to put all of your big electrical like knife switches and stuff on, and it ended up being a board that was meant for bread cutting. The breadboard. Somehow these are all still even. And this one's just a tiny bit shorter. I guess I'll keep it. Oh yeah, there's some of the screens are only occasional so that we're not constantly busying up all of my graphics here, but I had it up on a window for a little bit. Oh my God, what is this? In the past, I've spent like 10 minutes getting all of these off of the little holder. There is a factory machine that will do the crimps very easily. It is an expensive machine though, because it's for the factory. The bread-based explanation seems pretty convincing. Yeah, with tubes and stuff, and you'd use all these high voltages and stuff. And then in like the 70s, when all of the electronics books, well, when all the people writing the how-to electronics books were born, the electronics books then would say, hey, first project, let's make 12 volts AC. Well, what you're going to do is you're going to take a 1 to 10 transformer and you're going to plug it into the fucking wall, Timmy, and whichever ones of you are left get to learn the rest of electronics. Just plug the wires into the wall. I've seen it in multiple books where they say, get your 1 to 10 transformer and plug it into the wall. If you see a book that says that, run. just run. Get as much distance between you and the book as you can. Because nowadays, hobby electronics, man, wall wart, you just plug a wall wart in, and that's your power. And you can do all manner of fascinating stuff with our pithy little wall wart voltages. And you don't kill yourself when you accidentally short something. Gonna need another Timmy. Yeah, exactly. Pretty sure it was like that for chemistry too. They make you do very toxic stuff. Yeah, like right off the bat. Hey, look, I'm all for media not treating you like an idiot, you know? I'm all for that. I think, you know, sink or swim is fine in some stuff. We can't assume that everybody is a blithering idiot. Sometimes we need media for smarter people who know not to do the dumb thing, but at the same time, Electronics 101 should not involve high voltage AC. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Wait, I called it high voltage. I'm not allowed to do that. I have been absolutely castigated by calling sub 300 voltage power high voltage. Apparently, it's not high voltage. All right, whatever. Whatever. It's 120 volts. It's gonna kick your ass. Willing to call that high. Oh, welcome back to the Tedium Dome. Tonight we have wire crimping. Telling you, man, this is the new Twitch meta. Everybody's going to be out here crimping wires. I need to do things properly. 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 120 volts is probably equivalent to a few millivolt. For the grid people, well. I once interviewed for a job at one of those grid stations that manages like the whole grid for like basically a huge part of the Northeast. And it was a secure facility, but it was out in one of those corporate parks where you have like the silly little corporate buildings and everyone has kind of the same parking lot and everything. It's just this one was notable because the parking lot had these huge steel bolsters. They were the ones that you find in Washington, D.C., where the whole thing comes up like that. And then there's a big like piece of steel there that's round. It's one of these, you know, stop all the cars no matter what on the parking lot. Very weird. It seems like a totally unassuming building, but apparently in the lower floor, there was a whole command center for the Northeast grid, and it was a secure facility. So I couldn't actually go in for an interview because they would have to, you know, do like a security clearance in order to get me into the main part of the building. But I kind of just spoke to a guy in a little lounge they had at the upper part after getting through security too. Crazy stuff. I mean, it's you basically, you know, you twiddle the wrong knob and you can take out a whole bunch of commerce. But it was crazy that this was like sort of close by to me, and it was just like this sort of normal looking Pennsylvania, I think it was Pennsylvania, corporate park where you'd find like a brewery or, you know, stuff like that. I was like totally unassuming. Which I guess is probably pretty cool for the people who work there, because you can manage the grid by day, and then at night it's like, hey, let's go to a brewery. We don't even have to go to a different corporate park. What? That didn't go off. Why didn't that go off? I'll investigate in just a sec. Let's just get these things in their crimp ends. I will investigate what happened, the mystery. Yeah, see, the ideal light still works. That one did fine. That one works just fine. This one, I don't know what's going on. We were going to investigate it, and I got distracted. This is a fairly normal thing around here. Yes, it does work. Green, blue. Yellow. Jesus. Incredimite gifted a sub just to test my light. And I went to luck. Blue works. Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gift sub. All right, there's that connector done. We can investigate this light and see what's going on. What happened last time? I think I just got distracted. I think I straight up just got distracted. Okay, scissors. Almost there, almost there. Cool. All right, there's that. Now let's look at the fart box. So, was it just an anomaly? Let's check. Was it just an anomaly? Okay, that's not actually a song. I was just making up notes. And then 4. Donk. Okay, nothing. Nothing. So let's see. What is the status in Tasmota? Or rather, the status in, it's not Tasmota, it's just Node-RED. I forget what we programmed that with. I don't think it feeds back in any way. Identified OBS connection. Oh, that's the on-air light. Hold on. Stand light. This is all OBS. Wait, Twitch. Chat message, raids, sub or gift, point redeem, channel, shout out. What are you? What is this? What is this flow? What a weird flow. Point redeem, fart, set message payload. So let us throw in a debug before fart. And we will deploy that. And then we will fart. Word name fart. Word message 2. And there's the raw event. None of this changed, so all this stuff should work. Let's check to see if we're getting anything over here. This is for random. This is for a numbered one. So redeploy. And let's do this. And we'll send number 3. And we are sending a number 3, but yet this says it's connected, but there's no sound coming out of the fart box. Is it trying to fart? Let's check the hardware. Oh, that can't be good. Something ain't right. Multiple fart lights are lit up, and it should only be one at a time. So something got into a weird state. So power it down, power us back up. That should not be lit up. What's going on? Ah! Oh, there it goes. Okay. Fucking thing farted at me. Shit. What's up, Openet? Farts got stuck. Happens. Sometimes there's solids. Number 2. Okay, there we go. We're back. God, number 7 is a doozy. So yeah, apparently stuff got caught in the pipe. I'm just going to test it again because I don't... Oh, okay, there we go. Never mind. We all got it. Yeah, so we're back in business. There's like a little engine in this thing that saves a couple of the farts, and I don't know, there might be holes in the logic, or it might have been the partial power-up that I didn't plug it all the way in, which may have caused it to get a little squirrely with its farting. Okay, now for the next one, which is this one. I like these stalks. I kind of like this one the most just because it has an LED on it. I don't think there's any backlighting on them though. It kind of looks like there should be though, but we didn't see the wires in there. Yeah, I don't think on this particular BMW we get backlights on the stalks. That would have been cool because the steering wheel definitely has backlighting on it, but I don't know what the packets are going to look like for that. That's my problem, is that the wheel speaks LIN bus, which is local interconnect network, which is a different standard than what the other car companies are using. I mean, other car companies use the LIN bus, right? But the signals there's not as much room for signals, but I don't know what particular type of signal it is. I can make guesses because the standard is locked down in such a way that you would have certain packets that have certain data structures, right? And I could punch numbers into that to see if I got any backlighting to turn on. But I just don't know. We were able to brute force the address of the wheel itself and get a reply, and we decoded that whole thing. I would love to know what the backlight command is on Mercedes. I'm sure they use it across multiple cars just because of the structure of the LIN bus makes it so that the data would be a particular way. But the problem is, if I do random signals, I might hit like an upgrade request, which could put it into like I could break it if I'm not careful about what I'm sending over the LIN bus. Breaking my steering wheel would be a cruel, cruel fate. That was perfect. That one was perfect. Tesla low-volt batteries use the LIN bus. It makes repurposing them a pain in the butt. I mean, the bus systems are good. It's just the fact that they don't share their work with anybody else. It is, it's a pretty rigid standard for a car company to use. There's certain things you can do with it that it's will save you a little bit of money and a little bit of wiring. But I just wish we knew more about them, because I would have to break into somebody's car in order to use LIN bus, in order to backlight my steering wheel. I can't guess it. Although, are those addresses for like system updates? I think those are specific addresses. So I think I might be okay to brute force it. I'll have to read up on the standard again sometime. It's very rigidly laid out. But like being able at night, sitting down, starting up stream, throwing on a racing game, and having my entire console like lit, sounds awesome. That'd be very fun. Very fun indeed. And then we can finally drink and drive. Oh, God damn it. There's enough. Earworms. Here be earworms, chat. Best keep your head on a swivel, or else you get the earworms. You'll never recover. Measuring with the nail is the technique that I've been doing right now, and it's been working out. Looks like my glucose level's dropping and so my hand's cramping. Yeah, cool fingers, I love it. Yeah. Oh, jeez. My fingers want to do that thing from Contact, where the kid was like, ha ha ha, and then his joints went, whatever that is called, where they go the opposite way, and so his feet were like this. They're really horrible looking CGI. That's what my fingers want to do when I start to get crampy from the diabetes. Hey, what's up, man? What's going on, Sloppy? Getting that slop going. Do I have one more unused crimp? No, I have to get another one for the stock. So once I get all this stuff sorted out, and we get these little wiring harnesses done, I can take it to the breadboard over here, and we can possibly throw up a rudimentary program in order to control or to get data back from all of this stuff. On the newer cars, I'm going to guess that they would use some kind of a digital bus to do all this stuff because it's cheaper and easier for them to have fewer wires and to use like a LIN bus for all of this stuff, so that you would just be pulling your stocks to see what their statuses are. Maybe it's possible that they do just have all the wiring going to like a local controller. That would make more sense to me. But like, this thing is really complicated for what it is, and all it's doing is moving a couple switches around. This is all fascinating. Oh, I'm glad you like it. During last stream, the part that YouTubers were unable to see because I stopped streaming on YouTube. By the way, the YouTuber that asked that question, you can go on Twitch. It's going to be there for about like a month and watch the rest of the VOD, which is just me pulling my hair out at all my equipment. We also reverse engineered the throttle a little bit, and that's a X65F throttle. I really like it. But it has all these wires coming out of it that I don't need. And so what I want to do is get this guy reverse engineered, and we've got labels for all of our stuff. Thrustmaster is really good about doing that. They've labeled them. It's a little cryptic, right? It's spreadsheet style labeling, which is the way you should do it on any sort of any PCB design, because you can go through revisions. And so if you call like a 10 ohm resistor 10 ohm instead of calling it R5, if you get a weird shipment and you can't put a 10 ohm there, but it doesn't matter because it's electrical stuff and you could do like a 5 ohm. You put the 5 ohm in there, it's cheaper. Now your 10 ohm is a 5 ohm on it. So you want to call that R5 because then you just change your spreadsheet. You don't have to worry about all that stuff. So this is labeled like a spreadsheet. It's P1, P4.5, all that stuff. And I think probably you ground one of the wires and then you check, which button is pressed. But then we also have a TX and an RX. Thanks to their labeling, I know that. I know that we have a TX and an RX. I don't know what that's for. So we got to take that thing apart a little bit more in the future. But that's what we did in the time, the gone time, the lost minutes of Bother's stream. It went towards reverse engineering that stuff a little bit. We'll take another look at that soon. But Bother, you're building a car. Why are you talking about throttles? Well, this is also going to be a freaking awesome space sim, because I have my nice seat, and then I have space stuff. I have multiple joysticks. I have a parking brake. We got all kinds of stuff to plug into this thing once I figure it all out. I've got a way too expensive eBay auction offer for chair arms. Office seating is expensive. And so people who are refurbishing the stuff want lots of money. But if I can give the sim setup the same armrests that my office chair has, I will have basically two things that can lift up and pose around this area on the sides of the seat. And so I can lower that down and then get up and out. That's one of the important parts. Yeah, zone controllers. That seems to be the way, because then you have shorter wires and then everybody speaks on a bus. But I want to be able to get up and get out of the thing quickly because, sometimes I got to poop. I have to poop. So it'd be nice to be able to poop without, pooping too early. Pooping has to happen at just the right time. And that'll help me do it. We're going to need to run an RC car with an FPV cam controlled to the sim rig. I have the RC car. It's sitting basically in front of me. It's under the desk over there. I thought you guys could see. I guess the camera must have wandered. It's sitting in a tool bin that's just over there, and it came from FreeCycle, and it's a car that we found a video about where some kid with modern RC car stuff has it going over 100 miles an hour. It's a street car. I've never had an RC street car. It might have all been buggies and stuff like that. The Celica one that I did was just a body conversion for a buggy, for an RC10 frame, which apparently those are like sought after these days, apparently. But anyway, this kid got this thing going up to 100 miles an hour. So I don't know, man. If we had the right radio equipment, I could cause a ruckus. Okay, that's all of our pins done. Ugh, what a trip that was. I had to relearn how to do DuPont crimps. So what we're doing is we're implementing a system that's very similar to an area controller. because I've got the stock for the Mercedes-Benz, and my whatever stocks are from BMW and Mercedes. Why did you keep it Mercedes? I don't know. It's a Mercedes wheel, so I kind of wanted to have like the same controls, the same wheel controls. The BMW wheel controls for adjusting an electric wheel are like, it's like a bulbous thing, and this one was a little bit more svelte, so I went with it. So we're gonna have to like model and print some kind of a frame that all the stocks go on. Do the stocks turn? They don't turn with the wheel, so they're fixed, but when the wheel adjusts, the stocks should move with it. So we've got to figure that out. In the meantime, I want to get these all plugged into a microcontroller so that I can start piecing together the CAN bus stuff. So mechanical and electrical are happening at the same time, but one is vetting out my own ideas for how the program should work, and that's where we're going to start getting into now. Let's start plugging this into the microcontroller so that we can actually get a piece of code running it, and I can make my fuck button. What's the fuck button, you ask? Why, it's simple. It's the button you press, and then the microcontroller serial prints the word fuck. Oh, I'm sorry, were we family friendly? I thought this was YouTube. I thought we were on YouTube. Oh, we were streaming to YouTube. Isn't it a curse word in YouTube? We're all puritanical now, thanks to the new internet, where everybody's monitoring everything, and you can't say a curse word in your own house, or else your Ring camera picks up on it and makes your fucking fire alarm go off, and then the police come out and they shoot your dog. I want another Hot Wheels size RC car. Maybe I can 3D print a tiny racetrack that fits on my desk. That sounds like a lot of fun. People are doing that. A lot of the, I want to say Japanese, I think, channels. I've seen a couple coming out of there where the guy will take a little die-cast car and he'll turn that into an RC car by doing some very clever things with the materials that he's cutting out. I think Short Lurker is the one that knows more of those channels than I do, because I didn't sub to any of them. I would just get them through Zitter, through Twitter that I've dropped, and I'm never going back to it. If you guys didn't notice, I don't really like social media. The thing that I used Twitter for was posting occasional updates to projects, and there were some really cool makers on Twitter that moved over to Blue Sky, and so I moved with them, and I got a whole bunch of followers, and then my account got hacked and suspended. When my account got hacked and suspended, it's like, you know what? Building up 300 followers is just not going to happen. I'm just not doing it. So unless I get that account back somehow, I am SOL, in which case I'm not losing sleep over not having social media. It does mean that I miss out a little bit. Shitter is a good thing to call it, yeah. I miss out a little bit on some of the cool projects that people do and what the latest trends are in projects. I get a little bit of that through Reddit, and I get a little bit of that through my Discord. So if you would be so kind, my Discord is being advertised on the chat every now and then. Easy to find, easy to join. Everybody there is nice. Some of them are annoyingly nice, but I love hearing about projects. That's one thing that I've been missing since my shit got jacked. So Twitch and YouTube are the extent of my social media use. Yeah, that's, well, me, but plus Discord. Discord is where you will always find me. I will be in Discord. I will be answering questions in Discord if I can. I will be trying to use Discord less on Discord. I'm not a huge fan of social media, but again, I'm a streamer, so necessary weevils. We need a bunch of jumpers. Yump, yump, yump. Where are yumpers? You know, to a certain extent, algorithmic social media is what I really just don't like. It's algorithmic social media that I really gotta watch out for, but getting that algorithm to work for me is something that you can tell I'm not good at. I don't have a lot of viewers. _bother. I mean, bother is enough of a common phrase. It's not something like, you know, if I called my Twitch account recipe, I would get all kinds of random searches that would lead to my stream. But I don't really do that. All right, jumpers, sorry. Just had to return something to a bin where the project is being stored. That was for the dog collar. we sort of lost the momentum on that one. The dog collar. I'm very close to solving it. It's just I need to do a little bit of soul searching on that one. No, I need to do a little bit of testing to make sure that I don't light my dog on fire. I gave up on Discord too. That's going to be happening soon. I think there's enough backlash that I think they're losing money off of Discord threatening. Not really threatening. They're sort of just saying, hey, we want to save the children and not sell your data to all kinds of data brokers. In making it so that you have to scan an ID or use their supposedly local AI. You can run AI on your phone that'll do your age verifications. This new thing that the tech bros seem to... I don't know why the tech bros are walking us back into such a horrible existence. You know, you'd think they would be cool, but instead all they want to do is just steal all of our data all the time, no matter what. And it used to be that you wanted a little bit of privacy on the internet to say, oh, but the children, think about the children. Well, you know, you're not supposed to be under 14 and on Twitch, on Discord, whatever. Well, 14, I think, is for Twitch, too. And if you admit to being younger, you get banned. That's just what happens, man. I got to enforce the rules or I get banned, too. Remember when everyone jumped ship to Discord? That was 2016 that, for me, it was a good time because it was nice to have a... And Discord... buried the lead on this one. This client, Dixord, the reason that it's so popular, and I think somebody needs to just like slap their executives and say, look, the reason your platform is so popular is because it was easy to just get into it and it worked, right? You didn't have to forward ports. You didn't have to do any IT work. You just opened it up. Boom, there's everything you need right there, and it works. And so you could get into a game with your friends. You could share photos with them. You could convince kids to, wait a minute, no, you can't. They're not allowed on the platform. But yeah, it was just easy to use. That's what attracted everybody to it. And then the pandemic happened, and they were perfectly slated to, you know, exponentially grow as sort of the non-business tool for getting all of your shithead friends together and screaming at a video game, right? Discord regularly crashes my laptop. That stuff is so much resources and it's so slow. That's interesting. I guess they've gotten a little bloaty over the past umpteen years, huh? We gotta hook up like grounds and stuff first, don't we? So that means we also need a pinout. Yeah, we've got all this stuff working again. Do I have any debugs running on this? No. Okay, good. Don't need that anymore. So let's get back over to here and do an Arduino Pro Mini pinout. Any flavor, this will be fine. Oh, no, we don't need a YouTube video for a pinout. What the hell is that? That's what I mean by the sort of AdSense shit that I should be doing. I should make it so that a common search ends up on my stream. Oh my God. Oh dear God. Where are the good pin? There used to be good pinouts for this thing. It's also a very old microcontroller, so. Signed up for Revolt, aka Stoat. Oh, I've heard that. No, I mean, I really like Discord. I think they just need to kind of get their act together and realize how anathema that their idea is. Open, there we go. And then old man eyes. Gotta make it big. Gotta be able to see it, you know? A federated Discord. Discord of the people. Open source. There's probably plenty of open source projects out there that will do the stuff that these platforms do. Reality is touch. Yep, there it is. It's back. It's just Electroglide in Blue will not leave my brain. I am just captured by it. That song, Apollo 440, Electroglide in Blue, might be a perfect song. I don't know. I love it. I love it. It's a good song. It will not leave my brain. What the? Discord is not going to get their act together and realize how anathema their idea is. They've been privacy hostile from the beginning. For example, by surveilling running programs with their app. No. Well, one would wish... one would wish that they would figure out what the people want. I guess that's just not who they are. And we'll all have to jump ship. Jumping ship is very annoying. I don't like doing it. And then for some reason, people decided that the internet should be using Discord channels as like forums and like wikis for projects are on there. Why did they think that was a good idea? Maybe because they get a little bit of extra pay from Discord for having a popular Discord. But that should not be allowed. That's bad. It's really bad for sort of the preservation of information. All right, so our ground pin on the Pro Mini is... it's labeled. I mean, I could just find it, but 5 volts is going to be over here. We're actually not using 5 volts. That's the cool part about it. All we need is ground to be connected to everybody, and so that's this pin, the second pin in line. I think I need a slightly longer jumper because it's sort of offset. Annoyingly, there's just a little offset here. Here, let's get this on the microscope. I think that'll be better. If I can get the stalks out of the way. Get this flipped over to the right way. I don't want to be like my one friend that's completely inaccessible from technology. He barely looks at his cell phone. Yet somehow he was the one that introduced me to all the internet stuff back when all that stuff was new. I guess he became jaded about technology faster than I did. Okay, so ground to the minus pin. It's a bit of a jump. But that's all we need, because what'll happen is we'll use input pull-ups to put voltage on all of these pins. Glucose level's dropping, so my muscles are getting very crampy. I'm gonna be careful to like flex my hands around to make sure that I don't claw hand stuff. I don't think I need the plus. I don't think I need it anywhere. I think we just hooked up everything we needed to have hooked up. That's crazy. Let's get the analogs done. So we need to hook up the analogs. We need to hook up the digitals. It doesn't really matter how we hook them up at this moment. We can, you know, change the pins later. What's up, Ryan Labs? How you doing? Ryan Labs. So the analogs we have are this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, weird one. And then that's digital, that's digital. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the Arduino Pro Mini, we have analog. We have 4 analogs. Oh no. We don't have more than that. Oh, that's all the way over there though. A4 and A5 are all the way over there. So we have 4, and then we have 2 more on a different location of the board, which this doesn't have. 0, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, interesting. Huh. Okay, so maybe we can't use this one. What else do we have? Pi Pico? Pi Pico pinout. Pa 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 pa. Reality is touch. How do they think this is helpful? What am I supposed to read from that? Make the image bigger and not transparent. See? Big image. Perfect. Only 4 again. So if I use one of these, I'm gonna have to mux it. They moved the courthouse across town, so all the judges are behind. Is that... is it a joke, or is that something that actually... Wait a minute. Yeah, there's not a lot of analog on these, huh? I thought I had at least, I thought I had 6, to be honest. It seems like the typical is 4 for a lot of these decisions. Oh, I see. This is in real life. Okay. So it just sounded like a joke about judges at first. So you're still waiting for a decision on the right to repair stuff. That's crazy. They're working at the speed of the court, which is that fast, if not slower. At the grand speed of court. All right, we don't have to crimp anything more, so I can put that away. What other microcontrollers do I have? Do I have something that actually has the amount of analogs that I would need in order to run this little thing? We're trying to build a module that will run the stalks and potentially the starter key. So we have the digital lines for the key, that's fine. But these, I'll use the system of pairing up multiple voltages on a wire in order to make it multifunction, which means less copper in the car. More signals, less copper. Which is all well and good if the year is 1999 and you have a microcontroller that has 10,000 I/O on it, which apparently they do. We've seen them. This thing is cool, the laser distance sensor. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's just these wires are kind of disorganized in here. Cool little laser distance sensor. Just filed another suit on a company that refused to sell a part. Jesus. My right to repair thing was with Mercedes. I would like to know what the LIN bus signals are so that I can backlight my steering wheel. But I don't think they're sharing it anywhere. And I'm not sure if the Mercedes nerds are of the same level. Arduino Nano has 680C on the side. Well, if I had an Arduino Nano, I would love to learn that. I don't have one. These are all crazy. These well, the Pico Pis are very useful, but because they're cheap. The like 32-bit microcontroller, like I'm sure this thing has everything I need on it, but it's like huge. It's like a huge pain in the ass to get into. I don't know how to even program that thing. I just want a dinky little microcontroller that has all the I/O that I need. And I could run like a Teensy 4 to do it. This might end up becoming the brain for the rest of this system. If the Raspberry Pi doesn't work out for it, this would be the next in line. The Teensy systems. They're expensive now. What do the Teensy 3.0 have? I think that's what I'm holding in my hand right now. Let's check. One can never have too many modules. I know. I just don't think I have a Arduino Nano. The 3.2 is actually rare now, but I happen to have a bunch. Bought them when they were cheap. .2. Yeah, see, 3.2 has got analogs all up and down the side of it. So we can use one of those and we'll have plenty of analog pins. I thought that Sigilent had a good automotive serial decoding suite. I don't know. I don't know. I've tried to find the information through Google searches and I haven't been able to find anything. So maybe getting into something like that would be better. There are no forums where people are talking about how to, what the LIN bus signals are running around in your typical Mercedes. But maybe Sigilent has data on that. That'd be nice. Because yeah, I want to turn on my backlight, but I don't want to put my steering wheel into like a programming mode and brick it. And LIN bus is so rigid that it is very hackable. It's very hackable indeed. I wonder if there's a way that we could actually still use the Pro Mini. This is an expensive microcontroller. For today's purposes, for just throwing stuff onto a board and having it, do stuff, we can easily use this guy. But just found out I have a Radio Shack 45 minutes from me. My old Radio Shack stomping grounds is long gone. And the one near me is long gone. Why did this get flashed at? Was it the hype train shouldn't do anything? Incredimite gave out a sub. Oh, idea. Breaking your steering wheel is a wild idea. Yes, it's kind of weirdly dystopian, isn't it? Stop it! My eyes! Okay, VN analog ground 3.3 volts. Ground is all the way over here. So this one goes to here now. Last time I remember going to Radio Shack, I was 11, thought they would have a Super Nintendo power cable. Huh. ...2008. Yeah, I mean, they became like a cell phone store, so they really weren't that special anymore. All right, so let's bring these back around here. Plug them in down here. All right, so this one is, well, let's do steering wheel first. Actually, we'll just plug one in for now, just to get our test started. So that goes there. This one is two different analogs. And there's no button, there's just an LED. So I've got 4 there and then 2 there for 1 and 0. So I'm just going to get 2 of these wires that are separate colors, and I'll plug one into here. That's going to go to A0 once I get this thing to plug in. Jeez. The connectors are not broken in, so they've got a little weirdness to them. A0 is which one? Wow, all the way down there. Okay. So A0, and then A1. All right, and then I need a digital, so I'll just grab these wires. The color of these wires, they are not that far apart, and so it'd be very easy to mix them up. That'll go into the stock LED pin. Okay. I don't know if there's a resistor on this, so it may be that we'll, maybe that we're gonna punch like 3 volts into this LED without, maybe I should put a resistor on it. I clocked a voltage drop. I did not clock really anything else. Tweezers here. Just gonna get one of these working just so we can like throw a test up, and then we'll work on it again next stream tomorrow. Radio Shack I had as a kid was awesome. All sorts of junk to build payloads from model rockets. I wish I got a little bit crazier with the model rockets, to be honest, because I did some crazy stuff. I mean, I built like a couple launch pads, and I built like a countdown timer that never worked, but I built it. Why did that make a crackling sound? What the fuck? What the hell, Ro? Did I just, is there a spider living in there? Or what was that? Okay. So that's all that stuff hooked up, ready for the Teensy, and I've got Teensy installed and everything. And then I'm gonna just get a USB cable that'll go into there. And we're just gonna see the stock working. We need to do more work on it tomorrow because we need to get a whole program written for it. Not a big ask, it's something that I can do quite easily. But I'm not doing it tonight because I gotta walk my puppy dog. Where is my USB cable? You know, they're always floating around here somewhere. Here's one. Ah! Knocked my phone over. I think there's already one plugged into the USB stuff, but I don't know. I guess I could put this one over here. This is a mess. I need to clean this desk off. So the problem is that all the automotive stuff that I used in order to build the steering wheel is now coming back out. And so I had painstakingly put away all that stuff, and it made its way into the corners and the crevices of the shop. Built beepers. Oh, that's a good idea. See, I didn't know any of that stuff existed. It would have been easy for me to like make all that stuff as a kid doing all that, but I never knew that kind of stuff existed. And I was looking at magazines. Magazines were how you found everything out. Now we've got like, you know, blogs and popularity based on these projects. And so people are doing all kinds of wonderful things. So now I know, you know, if I want to find a model rocket, I could put a beeper in it, or I could put servos on the fins, and the federal government is not actually going to come after me for making a guided missile, even though technically they could. All right, so new program, just a brand new program. We're not going to debounce these. They probably needed a bouncer on them. I'll have to like figure out how to write button onto the thing, but how do I write software again? I kind of forget. I like to have sections. So we start with the includes, then I have the constants, and at the top we need to tell people what we're doing. So we start up a comment block, and this is just going to be the stalker. So testing automotive stalks with voltage levels and junk. Schematic is in the Merc wheel folder. Don't forget to link the Discord server that your README is maintained in. Oh yeah, and then delete the server. All right, what are we starting with? Variables we're not really going to need. Includes, I don't really know if I want to do that. I think I'm just going to do constant int. So we need some constant ints, and those will be for buttons. Constant uint 8t. IO. IO is going to be a tough one to see, but IO stock is equal to pin, whatever pin we have it on. Oh, the apostrophe enter thing I do all the time. So A0 and A1, orange is going to blue, blue is going to the top one. The top one is up, down, right, left. UDRL stock. I probably should do defines. They don't take up space. IO stock is A1. Do not correct my programming. I'm going to run into all kinds of errors as I get used to programming in Arduino again. I got hired as a programmer and stopped programming in my free time. No. I haven't done anything with Arduino in years. The last project I worked on was trying to make an NES SNES controller. You don't need an Arduino for that, unless you want turbo buttons. NES and SNES just used the shift register. So it was just a latch pin, and then it communicated back. But it's a neat project. Do a lot of cool stuff with that. Const uint8t LED stock is equal to pin, was it 15? I should probably use pin numbers, the digital pin numbers, because I'm going to go back and forth. I'm trying to double dip and call it, enable an input pull-up like it's a digital pin. So 13, 14, 15, and 16. And then I think that's it. I think that's everything the stock does. Oh, the LED is pin 13. IO is 1. Yeah, up, down, right, and left are on the other one. Cool. Okay, so that's all of our pins there. So setup, put your setup code. How do you do analogs? Yeah, I need to. It's, I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Oh yeah, we don't have that. Okay. This is like more complicated CAN bus stuff. We need to go back to doing some CAN hacking because I still have things that I want to do with that. I need to refamiliarize myself with defining pins and stuff. I don't know why it's not first and foremost in my mind. Yeah, this is all CAN bus stuff. Open recent. Joystick, test your screen buttons, callbacks, input. Try joystick. Maybe that'll have some of the good stuff in there. I know. It's usually I can spin a program like this off just from sheer memory, but it's been a minute since I've really like interacted with a program for this kind of stuff. This one's using a joystick.h. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Responsive analog, that's for a specific one. You don't just vibe code your boilerplate and give it a glance to make sure it's 90% okay. Yeah, I just leave it for the other developers to correct all of the hallucination issues. Pin mode, duh, pin mode. Why are we, okay. Pin mode. And then pin mode does, yeah, input, output, and input pull up. So why is it not letting me click up here? What the fuck? Wait, what was that? What, huh? I'm having like, look at this. I can't click into the pin mode. Why is the IDE? Oh, and I can't move the IDE. Oh, something weird's going on. My Arduino is freezing or something. Or I hit something and it went all crazy. What the, okay, what? Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, what is that? What was that about? I gotta use arrow keys. U, up, down, right, left, stalk. Input, pull up. Pin mode, IO, stalk. Input, 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 pull up. Hey, we're actually coding. Pin mode, LED, stock, output, and then digital, right, LED, stock, high. Okay, so just turn on the LED at the end of our little song and dance. What keyboard do you use? This Drivo piece of crap. It's actually pretty good. They don't sell it anymore, and there's supposedly a battery inside of this thing, so one day this will explode and leave everything that I know behind. It is a, what is it, 10% or something? I don't know what the fuck. It's one of these like really small keyboards. It's just because it gives me a little bit more room to work for all my stuff to be all over this thing, because typically I'm not doing a ton of coding and stuff like that. I mean, we do our fair share of coding, but yeah, anyway, I bought this on Amazon for cheap. It just had the right kind of switches in it. Okay, so that goes high, and then in our loop, oh, we want to start serial too. So serial begin 9600. Is that something flashing? I saw the, it's driving me nuts that I can't click my mouse to get to certain lines. It does have function keys. You just need to use the function to get to the function keys. 65%, 80% key, something like that. I've been using the same TKL for years, soldered in new linear switches when I got tired of the clicky cherry ones. Yeah, the linear ones are much better. I can't function without the function keys. Why? Like, what are you doing? This makes no sense to me. This is fine. This does everything that I've needed it to ever do for coding and streaming. But we did, oh my God, what the hell did that, what was that? We did, I did have my Code 10 keyless keyboard on this, and the Code 10 keyless, I've done a lot of work refitting it with a new microcontroller because I spill shit on that keyboard. And when you spill shit on the keyboard, the Code 10 keyless is not, the microcontroller is not in a good spot. It's towards the bottom of the board. The bottom of the board's where the case gets really close to the microcontroller, and so that'll end up shorting things out. And it shorted things out to the degree where it just stopped working. So we put a PicoPi in there, had just enough pins to run the sort of weird cockamamie scheme that they have for all of the things. And then I went to design a flexible orange PCB that would put the RP2040 right over where the old microcontroller went. And then tariffs went crazy, and I have no idea what it's going to take to get a circuit board like that, because Seed Studio was the place where you could get those orange flexi PCBs for pennies on the dollar. It was a really good price. Man, I would have loved to finish that project, because that would have been a project that I could just finish. You know, we just button it up. Delay of, I don't know, 34. It's 34 milliseconds. Maybe we can make it 123. 1,000 is an entire second. So I just want to put that delay in there because our program's not going to be doing a lot. And when your program's not doing a lot, that means that it's able to run its loop at absolutely breakneck fucking speed, because this is a Teensy 3.2. It's like a zillion megahertz, right? This thing will be running operations at the just that defy time. So I want to put a little delay in there to tell it to shut up, sit in the corner for a minute. Serial printing. I mean, I could chart the voltages. Capital P. No? How the fuck do I serial? No, it's just serial print. I guess I just didn't see the highlighting very well. Oh my god. Does printf work here? Seems like it. I need to give it a certain number of digits. Although this one doesn't do that. There's a way that you can have the numbers come in so that they're not like insane. And I forget how to do that again. Oh, God. Wait, what is this? That's a new menu. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What happened to my Arduino? Something really weird is going on. Hold on. Let's just, before I do any of this stuff, let's just, let's save this as, and let's just put this in a new, I guess I'll just do a new one here, and this will just be stock tester. And then that goes on the desktop, because on the desktop, instead of actually working out how to fix these permissions on my NAS, I've decided to start a folder that has way too many programs in it. Pedals, stocks. Discord's hacking it. They want to figure out with AI whether or not I'm an adult. That one seems fine, but then this one's all fucked up. All right, start it up again. That was some weird visual glitch. All the stuff must have shifted. So I think where I was clicking wasn't actually where I was clicking, or rather where the program interpreted me to be clicking. Okay, so now I can actually move stuff around properly. Okay, printf, I don't really, hold on, let's see if we can figure out how to use it. Arduino printf. Shut up, AI, piece of shit. How do I use printf? I tried. Printf prints to stdout. You're wrong. I hate forums. I hate forums again. All right, we won't use printf. Things will just be crazy. It's just going to be a crazy serial printout. I'll have to read up on how to use that again later. Serial print. UDRL colon space serial print. I like putting them in separate things. Oh wait. Maybe I shouldn't nest them like that. So digital, actually we'll read it first. We need we need 3 variables rather. So we'll do actually, it won't be a UNT because it's, I think 8-bit or something, 8 to 10-bit. I hate so many forums have moved to Dixord. Yeah, I know, it's terrible. We're gonna need to do analog reads, and then we're gonna need to set the LED. Well, we'll just set the LED to on for now, but then I'm gonna need not a constant, I'm gonna need a normal integer. Will I have enough digits, or do I need to have, let's just do int, and that's gonna be IO is equal to 0 at first, int UDRL is equal to 0 as well, and then we'll just print the ints. Print the int. Oh. And then this one's going to be in a mad location because that int is going to change how many digits are displayed. So it's going to be weird. So we'll just put a space. We could put a wall on it, and then I can chart it if we do a wall. So IO and a space. Just like that. And then anal log. Is it read? No. I thought it was analog read. Yeah, there it is. UDRL equal to, oh no, UDRL stock is equal to UDRL. Or no, UDRL is equal to analog read of stock. I'm doing that the wrong way around. UDRL is equal to analog read of, and then IO is equal to, is that the right order? G key. G key's not working too well these days. I don't know why. Now the IDE is going to tell me if I'm wrong about that, or it just won't work. I love Arduino sometimes. Hey guys, I bought an Arduino Uno. I'd like to make a robot. How do I do it? Yeah, we had people treating my Discord like that. It happens a lot when you're able to build things. People will come to you and go, I have this great idea for this app where you can post things about your life and everybody can look at it and you'll know things about other people's life. And they go, do you want to help me code that? Like, no, I don't. Hey, I want to make a robot that can clean up an office. How do I do that? Like, bro, there's so much that you need. That question, it's just the soul just leaves your body. I don't know if I'll get a kick for this. Probably get burned alive. Maybe. Have you thought about using an LLM? I have a functional brain, and I intend to use it to code. Now they can ask Gemini. Yeah, now you can ask Gemini about how to build a robot. Look, this is 33 lines of code, and I'm a little bit out. Step 1, get an engineering degree. I mean, that is step 1 if you want to build a robot that does something. Or you can find a project that's similar to what you want to do, because that's all we do. People think we're so smart. We're not that smart. We're just a collective of weirdos who like to do stuff. I'm making a 6 Degree of Freedom desktop robot as my current project. The robot arms is something that I intend to get into soon. Okay, so we're not a Pro Mini anymore. We are a Teensy, and we are a Teensy 3.2 or 3.1. I don't know which one. I'd have to look a little closer. Functional Brain, I thought you were a streamer. Okay. You're right. You are right. You are correct. Did I just hit, I hit the face focus button. Oop, there we go. It has to be just a little bit dialed in so that the background is just a little fuzzy. The background is one of the main characters of this show, but, well, robot arms were so 10th grade. Yeah, but Seed Studio just made a really cheap robot arm. Teensy 3, USB serial, GPU, CPU speed I don't ever touch, but it's 96 megahertz. And a microcontroller, are you kidding me? Optimized for faster? Sure, it's 33 lines of code, have fun. Keyboard layout, yeah, we definitely need that. COM9, Teensy 3.0. Oh, 3.1 and 3.2. We're older than that. Tools, board. I thought Teensy 3.0 was a big, like, crazy thing. That was the big, like, long thing. I don't know why it's showing up as the wrong... I guess that just shows up as Teensy 3 when it's a Teensy 3.2. Suki. Thank you for the 500 bidums. Love your stream. Oh, I appreciate that very much. I've been a little bit in the dumps because I've been missing a lot of streams. I really should not be missing that many streams. I guess we are a Teensy 3.0. But things have been getting in the way, and so I've felt kind of down on my luck. You know, we had this meteoric. It wasn't meteoric. It was actually a huge struggle to get up to where I am with streaming. But we had this rise to fame where people were like, "Bother, make sure you remember me when you're famous." And I'm like, I'm not going to become famous. Like, look, if I made a couple of YouTube videos that were pretty funny, maybe I could like get on a Michael Reeves style trajectory. But doing like a 10,000 person stream kind of freaks me out. I'd love to do it, but at the same time, it's like things just aren't growing where I have them. So I've been kind of a little down and thinking like, man, I'm kind of like fucking it all up. I need to come back and like do some longer streams and stream more often. So it's not, you know, you guys have been coming out of the woodwork to say, give me praise. I appreciate it very much. You guys got to know that it does have an effect on me. So let's see what this thing kicks back at us to tell us that we shouldn't be doing. First off, we need to tell it that we've got the right microcontroller, which is Teensy 3.0. So now our settings are clocked back to the dumpy. We've only got 96 megahertz. Every now and then I think it would be fun to stream, but I do model making, which is the best way to get one viewer per hour. Is model making, I thought there was a big kick for model making. I know Joel raided you one time and that's what caused me to find your stream. Wait, Joel, which Joel? Because I don't think Varg Skeletor, that's not Joel. Which Joel are we, is it Stranger Parts Joel? I don't know his first name. Varg Skeletor. When did he? No. That's a different Joel. That's a different Joel. Actually, the one raid that I got was Ghostface, who's in that like Ghostface whatever, and he does Tarkov streams. We were designing like a tube or something in Fusion. He thought I was making a suppressor, which the legality of that is pretty good in Pennsylvania. I could probably make my own suppressor. I might have to pay a $200 tax stamp and then register myself as a gunsmith in some way. I don't think I get a lot of people building model cars. Yeah, the RC car stream was more for me than it was for getting viewers, but... Teensy's rule, but I've never needed more than an ESP8266 in like 90% of projects, so I can't justify bringing more than one. That's how I feel about Raspberry Pis. The Teensy you use on a project just because... Do you know the tax stamp was legally dropped as of 2026? I did not know that. I should probably buy a bigger suppressor for something that I have. I found the channel in the recommendations. First time I got a good recommendation from Twitch. Twitch is much better than YouTube, actually. Well, no, they're not. Twitch is terrible for discovery on streamers, but sometimes they will push you towards a stream. One time I saw this funky dark red it was a bright red user icon that had just a picture of a duck in the middle. And I clicked on it and I found one of the best streams on Twitch. Tom Thinks, who's actually now gotten so popular that he's done like animations for Twitch advertisings and stuff. But his channel was just so funky. What Tom Thinks does is he uses a lot of buttons and he has quick animations that are all sort of entwined with each other on Flash animation. So it's an actual modern use of Flash animation, not the one that was discontinued. There's a separate Flash, and it's all programmed into a system where he can drop things like a mouth onto a drawn character that he draws live, and then he can voice act that character using the mouth and puppeteering it with the different phoneme buttons that he pushes, so that the mouth looks much more synced to what's being said. Coolest thing. You guys got to check it out. Tom Thanks. It's really awesome. But yeah, so that's you know, Twitch has recommended people like that before. All the Twitch stream, including yours, I just happened to stumble upon. I think that's like a self-selecting kind of thing around here, because I think most of the way that I'm getting viewers is by raids and by people stumbling on me. YouTube videos, I made a couple. They weren't very popular. Roboz is on my ass about Roboz, who's also a content creator. If you know him, you know him. Oops. Where am I going? I'm going here. That's where I'm going. I sent him a picture of this thing, and he was like, you could get so many fucking viewers if you just made videos on it. And I probably should. We've lost a couple of the videos just because I accidentally reformatted my hard drive. Trying to flash a Raspberry Pi, it said 4. I thought it meant 4 gigabytes as in a memory card, but the 4 was 4 terabytes as in my hard drive. Best malware ever. Flash was fun. Okay, so my college days were when Flash animation was in its stride, so. Paleo, really? Paleo. Filtering back from a, yeah, I need to raid Paleo again at some point. Because he's another smart boy streamer, the whatever that group of streamers is that I periodically am associated with. It's a good way to find other academic like streamers and stuff. What oh no? Oh no? What oh no? Oh, the flashing of the hard drive? Yeah, that was a bad mistake, but at the same time, like, I'm not cutting that many videos and all this stuff that we're doing now. I could probably come up with something, you know, cut in something. Let's get this on the thing. Let's upload. Sorry, I've been so distracting because towards the end of streams, everybody gets talkative suddenly. I'm sitting there, it's like hour 3, and I'm like, there's nobody talking on my stream. And then we get to like the end, and I'm trying to do the simplest thing in the world, and I can't just because everybody's talking about really interesting stuff. Oh no, UNT does not name a type. Oh. Bonk. I'm glad you guys were relatively quiet during the program. When I do specifically programming streams, the IDE includes chat, and so they're there to correct me at every single minor mistake. Forgot this. I don't know if my equals are on the right side. I think that's correct. Whatever, I found you. I'm so glad I found you. Yeah, it's cool that you guys trickled in and found a streamer you can tolerate. Yeah, chat becomes the LLM. It is compiling a lot for my dinky little program, isn't it? It's because it's a Teensy 3.0. It's a lot of stuff. But once we're in, it should start up the Teensy programmer. Oh yeah, that opened in all the way over there. Our LED is not on. So let us hit reset on this thing. There we go, program's in, and then, okay. That should go, that should light up. Oh, it's really, really dim. There it is. So actually, I could make the IO switch turn it, but okay, let's take a look at the serial print. Okay, the serial is not available. What? Reset it again, maybe? Oh, that's going to program it again. Oops. Yeah, that's like barely visible. The Teensy is a lot of fun. It's very fast. And what I was saying before I got distracted 50 times, is that the cool thing about the Teensy is that it's super duper duper fast. And so if you're going to do a sudden rapid prototyping project on it, and you don't really know what the minimal microcontroller is for getting your job done, use the Teensy. It's going to have all the overhead you'll ever need. You could program that like it's an Arduino Mega and, you know, still be totally fine. Why do I not have serial prints going on? Serial begin 9600. Do I have to include serial? No. Let's look at an example. This could also just be how the specific Teensy is broken. I've avoided them because of the extra cost. I mean, they're still cheaper than like a regular microcontroller platform. Oh, I forgot to print line. Do I smell burning? Keeping in mind, this thing has sat for a considerable amount of time. No, situation normal. It just generates heat because it's a thingy. The smell is me. Are you on fire? Also, I don't know what resistor that is. It's probably 10K. How much is a Teensy? I'd like to use Node MCU for most stuff, but weird. Yeah, it's Teensies are like $20 to $30. They are expensive compared to, you know, your $5 Pico Pi. Pico Pi is just as fast as a Teensy nowadays. Board at USB ID is not available. It's probably because I have too much wire between these. That's what it is. Here, let's unplug it from there. Let's plug it into the router, or the hub rather. USB router. What does that do? Let's plug it into the USB hub that's over here. Probably just too far away. COM9, Teensy 3. There we go. Okay, so I need to upload this so we get a print line in there so we can actually see what the heck's going on. Because I think a chart is probably going to do me better. Oh, it's still compiling. Oops. Okay, so one other Teensy board found. Please select. What? COM9. Maybe it got confused when I... Huh. I hit reset too early. That might have done it. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, so it did upload. So, up, down, right, left. That's neutral. Up. Okay, no. We're... Oh, okay, I swapped them. Okay. How did I mess that up? Look at our program again. I guess it's just the pins. This is why you put the pins at the very top of your program. Because now I just do that, and then I can click upload, and it'll do its thing. Teensy costs more because Paul Stoffrigan gets like $6 for every unit sold. Well, yeah, because he made the platform. Like, I appreciate the man being able to make his career off of these extremely capable development boards. Yeah, he's very active in his own forums. I've emailed him before, more than 10 years ago, about Fast LED, which then became WLED. WLED fucking rules. So yeah, no, I wish I was him, his pudgy ponytailed self, because generally speaking, somebody like that is just great in the communities, and he's enabled all kinds of cool art. Fart in our case, cool fart. No hate, just fact. Yeah. I want to be one of those people where people go, you know what? I should be giving that guy money. Why are you so weird about your port? Okay, there we go. So now if I move up, or wait, it's, yeah, up, down, that becomes 19. What are those numbers? So in the tens, or sorry, the ones, the tens, the hundreds, and the higher tens. it's the lower tens, higher tens, ones, hundreds. From our analog read, if we put it into an int. For this one, it's in the thousands, but if I go to 0, it becomes the tens, and if I go to ones, it becomes 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. There's a 2. I saw a 2. That is cool. I love that. That is very cool. So now we can make it do stuff if it reaches those levels, and we'll do that tomorrow. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. The LED, we can put in a little quick code for the LED. So if that reaches 1 or if it reaches 40. If IO, if 800 is greater than or equal to IO and, or no, and if IO is, no, IO is less, that would be less than or equal to, so greater than or equal to IO, or IO is, less than or equal to, what was the other number? So actually, if it's greater than 800, that would be that condition, because it goes below that. So let's do that a little bit. If IO is greater than or equal to 800, then digital, or LED state equal to 0, and then LED state, or no, I don't do anything with that. We'll just leave that. We'll leave that as a blank if for now. If IO is I'm trying to do this quickly so I can just turn on and off the LED with the stock, but I'm about to give up. I'm about to give up. If IO is between 10 and 100, if 10 is less than or equal to IO and less than or equal to 100. Oops. I just messed up a serial print. Oh, I'm writing it in the wrong place. I'll move it. Digital right, LED high. Else if, I guess I could turn them all into else ifs. We'll just keep them, we'll keep them on their own for now. if IO is less than or equal to 5. We'll make it 10. So it'll just hammer away at digital right, LED low. Is it LED stock? LED stock. We'll find a better resistor for it too. And we'll put that down here. So just high and low if it is between those two. If it's above 800, we don't do anything. And if it is less than 10, we turn it off. Oh, that might be the opposite way that it works. Wait a minute. That might be the opposite. Hold on. If I go to 0, I get in the 10s. And if I go to on, it's 1. So this would be high, 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 and then low. Low. High and low, and then that's our logic. They should probably be else ifs just in case, but I think that logic is fine. We're doing very basic microcontroller stuff. So I'm going to upload that. If IO is equal to 10, then you will execute both statements. I didn't see a 10 in there though. Just for the purposes of doing this stuff quickly, I'm just kind of rolling through it like that. Okay, that I think harms it. Let's let this thing do its thing. I think I do need a resistor. I just need a smaller one. Stuck in my head. That song. Let's find a smaller resistor. Maybe we'll get a... I don't want to get a new one. I could probably just find one. There's a good resistor when you need it. Not in here. No, this isn't where I'd have one. All right. Resistors. Let's see. I need an LED resistor in a pinch. Usually that would be 10K because I don't want to blast my eyes out, but I don't know what the optics are like inside of this stock because this stock is a product where somebody's already done all that work to mitigate the amount of LED light so you're not staring directly at one. I'm probably going to go with something like 800 ohms in that case. Maybe less. Maybe it'd be like 330 or 220, but for a typical one, 220R, I've got sitting right over here. So all right, we'll hit it with a 220 ohm resistor, and that'll be enough to knock the current down for the 1.7 volt drop that we measured earlier. Just make a little bendy. I think one of the things on this tool, one of these things is like a pin straightener. Seems like a good idea to use sometimes. Okay, so that, drop it in. And then I start blasting. Now, actually the LED is not on. Why isn't the LED on? There we go. Oh, because the code. Ah! Ah! Oh wait, it does. It actually does execute both statements. So, whoops, doodle. So our code does have an effect. Make it like 5. I didn't know it got to 10. I didn't see a 10 on the screen. Reboot. The Teensy 3.0 requires you to reboot it. I think the later one's auto reboot. Why are you only executing some of the time? We're always running the other one for some reason. What is, oh, because it's not between, it's just greater than. Yeah. If IO is greater than 10, IO is less than or equal to 10. If 5 is less than or equal to IO, I think I did that wrong. If 5 is greater than or equal to IO, and IO is greater than or equal to, I think my logic is messed. Hold on a minute. End of that looks like a clown face. I'm very happy for your observation. If this goes to 40, then I have it on 0. If it goes to 1, then I have it on 1. But if it's on 900, then it's on neutral. A weird way to do things. So if it is less than or equal to 10, write it high, which works, but then this messes it up. So I guess I need to do, I was trying to roll it into one statement. So if IO is less than or greater than or equal to 15, and IO is, will be, if it's greater than 800, we're in that one. But this one would be 15 to, I don't know, 700. And IO is less than or equal to 700. The writing the logic is confusing me, and I don't know why. If IO is greater than or equal to 15 and less than or equal to 700, then we're in this bin where we write the stock low. If we're above 800, then we are in that other territory. And if we are below 10, then we're in the other position. We got 3 positions that I need to represent here, and I'm using fuzzier logic because the numbers are all over the place. I can't say if it's equal to this specific number because we're getting a bunch of specific numbers. So I need a number range. Yeah, it's like doing math on stream. It's very, very difficult to pull off. There we go. So just writing it on more lines of code. That's something that you know, I should listen to myself about. Is you know, don't confuse yourself. Just write it on more lines of code. You know, it's okay. The compiler does some kind of weird electronics magic. Your program will run fine if your code is readable. A lot of microcontroller dudes try to well, dude is genderless in the modern definition, so I don't need to say folks or guys or whatever. Anyway, a lot of microcontroller dudes try to like roll their functions into such tiny little phrases of equations and stuff, and it's, you know, using bit logic and math and stuff like that. I don't ascribe to that normally because it's just as easy to have it be human readable. But in this position, I think this will still be perfectly visible. It'll just be kind of a weird, it's weird that you kind of move your head a little bit to see that it is in fact on. God, that has to be so annoying in a Mercedes. Why is my wheel hot? Oh, there's a red light down there. That was all the rage on CodeWave. Oh, CodeWare. What's that? I don't know what that is. See, it's like at a slight angle when this is staring directly at you. Code Wars. Oh, I see. That's like the opposite of how coding should be done. I'm gonna obfuscate this. All right, so we can get into the other stocks tomorrow. That was just our initial test, just to see what kind of, you know, logic I'm gonna be up against. I'm sure there's probably a better way for me to code that thing. Elite code, aka unreadable. Yeah, I guess I learned today that the Teensy has a lot of analog inputs. We may end up using the Teensy on the final thing, since it'll be fast enough to do the brokering of CAN bus. I don't think you need to be a particularly quick microcontroller to do CAN bus in the first place, especially with these boards that I have. I think that's what these are all about. These boards that I have are all about ignoring certain addresses and stuff, because you can, when you configure this, when you initialize it, I think you can tell it, oh, only give me codes that have this address, and then it'll do that, and so your microcontroller, you know, will, I can breathe again. I don't have to look at all these things. So I don't think I need Teensies to be doing everything, but I'm certainly not going to be doing ATtinies because that would be torture. I like code with a lot of comments. I'm dumb, so I need words. Yeah, that's about right. People would like to encode their code and get the highest ratings for people who loved encoded code. Coders and coding and coders and code and code and code for code and it's like what was that like? Trying to come up with an analogy. I can't figure it out. Anyway, the Pro Minis would be a great thing for me to put these on, because these are kind of like devices that'll just like sit on a thing. I don't know. If I could do RP2040s everywhere on the C boards, I would do that. It looks like I need more analog though. Everybody seems to just have 4 analogs and I need 6. It's possible that I could put one of my analog muxes on this, but again, you know, for a 3-volt device and we've got input pull-ups on this and it's going to this thing, it's pretty light. Like there's not a lot that I really need to do. This is pretty cool though. I like being able to light up the LED. I like being able to do that. And especially because we don't really need to like save cycles. One thing that I would do is like a state change variable for this function. So if I do that, it'll get into one state. If I do that, and if I hold it in place, it won't change, you know, what's being transmitted. That right now, if I hold it in place, it's digital writing over and over and over again, like a billion times a second. I want to save those microcontroller cycles. Anyway, I gotta go walk my dog because it's 5:11. It's the tactical time. I'm gonna go walk my corgi, and I will catch you guys at the next stream, which is tomorrow. Let me do the admin command real quick. Yeah, it's all about blinking LEDs. Never lose sight of how cool it is to blink a little light in front of you, because that's what this is all about. That's what all of our program. That's what all of our engineering comes down to: blinking a cool little light. Oh, it's Friday the 13th. Dun dun dun. All right, so there's the command. My Blue Sky got hacked, so I don't know why I still have that in the command. I'll probably have to run a couple trials and get the blocking to be correct on the command. Looks good in here, right? Yeah, see, it's all blocked out nicely. We just do that with character spacing. But getting the Blue Sky out of there, I guess I got to do it. Discord's my only social media, and that's about to implode. Yay. Good times. I'll catch you guys tomorrow if you're around. We're going to work on more of the stalks and our stalking abilities, and then we'll maybe make it into a CAN bus device, give it an address of some kind, and then we can hit the ground rolling with getting the Raspberry Pi running. I've been avoiding that if you haven't noticed. That, or we do 3-dimensional design. We'll use Fusion 360 to build little blocks that go inside of the nooks and crannies of that thing sitting behind me, the simulator setup, which is now sitting in front of Burn the Subs. We can get back to Burn the Subs finally. So I'll catch you on Friday. Do I try to like shove you guys into somebody else's face? Oh my god, what the hell are stories? Gonad is doing my winter car right now. If you guys want to go check out Gonad, I'm not gonna like raid. I guess there's gonna be a bunch of gaming news from all the special events that are going on. So anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for joining me.